Okay. Hello. For some reason, this isn't. Okay. Today's plan um is going to be turning my gelatinous squares into gelatinous cubes. I've got these 10 here that need to be stitched onto just their tops. And then I've got 3 or 4 here in the blue that need to be sewn together. But this one's actually a special case because I actually stitched this one the wrong way. So instead of brushing the fur like down the goo, it actually goes up the goo. So I'm going to maybe hold off on this one and do this one later. This one's going to end up being just a plushie that stays with me in my craft room. I'm not going to be selling that one. So that'll just hang out with me and my couple of bats that I keep as well. So Francis and Luna Moon. So that one will just stay with me so that I have a cube, I guess, to show off because it doesn't look wrong. It just feels wrong. And we've got some bard-esque music today. So, because we're doing baby, not doing. Oh, we are doing music. Wow. Okay. We're doing some bard music today because we're doing D&D type stuff all day. I have hopefully changed all of the settings on my Twitch stream so that it will only play ads once an hour for 3 minutes instead of multiple throughout. And that way it will be less annoying, hopefully. I do have the channel reward to make me shut up when the ads start so that I know I'm not talking through them. Oops. Oh, I have to respond to this text. Okay. Edit. Yes. Mm. Whoop. Okay. Send that. Okay. I've got my cubes. After I finish the cubes, if I get them done before I'm done streaming, I'm going to be working on the owl bear. From yesterday, I made the large version of the pattern. I got that cut out last night. And I also have the small version of him. So I'm going to be testing the large pattern. Anytime you increase the size of a pattern like 150%, which is what I did, make him like almost double the size, you need to test it first because not all patterns scale up nicely. So I do want to test to make sure that that one's good before I actually cut into my good fabric. And then I need to make another baby actually timed to see how long the baby took me. That way I know what to price the babies. I'm contemplating making like a different owl color. Like I just went with generic brown here, but I might do like a black bear owl bear type thing or a dark brown owl bear or maybe even a snowy owl bear. Maybe not snowy owl. I don't have a lot of white shades. Like I have white and then medium gray. I don't have any light grays. I have pearl white, but that's it. I've got 2 white colors. White and pearl white. Okay. I also have grapes to snack on today. So starting with my owl bear or my cube, not the owl bear. I am getting out the scale because these guys, I was putting a kind of consistent amount of stuffing in. because I don't want to overstuff them. I want them to remain as squishy as possible. So they really need to keep like a consistent amount of fluffing to them. Okay. So it's going to end up being what did I do? I think I did 3.5 ounces weight at the end. Yeah, 3.5. Which the shell is about 1.7. So it's just going to get some stuffing in there. And this is my mochi stuffing, so it doesn't clump up. Oh, I'm also really excited. I got some mochi from online. So I have to test out that stuffing as well, see if it actually works or not. It is more expensive than the stuff I get from Joann Fabrics with the coupons, but since I no longer have access to a Joann Fabrics with stuffing, I'm gonna have to find a new source for it. And stuffing wise, my current like this stuffing is like 2 cents an ounce. So if it even goes up double the price, it would be 4 cents an ounce. So it's not a huge deal until I'm making like giant ass plushies that use a lot of stuffing. Like if I get into a pound of stuffing, that would be then I actually have to pay attention to it. 1.8. It sucks that the prices are gonna be different. I have this nice little spreadsheet all worked out and I'm gonna have to change my numbers. Although this does give me a reason to like redo the sheet with like dynamic numbers so that they just draw from other cells instead of hard coding them all into their own cells. I can change the prices of things as they do. Huh. The color of the owl bear on my stream looks totally different from how I colored him. Like actuality. That's weird. There. Oh, because I didn't color his face in. And for some reason it's just oh. Well, okay, we have to fix that real quick because that's gonna bother me otherwise. Okay, owl bear. Here we go. We need to draw you. We need to give you a better face. That's my face layer. Same layer. Need to color him in real quick. Oh, and then eraser. Enough that and that. No! That's the wrong layer. That's why. Okay, go away. Oops. What layer is your face on? This one. Okay. Now I can color me? Yes, okay. Okay, there he's got his little white face now. I might even change his body color. I don't know if I like that. It's not quite standing out the way I thought it would. Let's make it a little bit darker. Maybe not that dark. Let's try that. Rock transparency, big brush. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, that looks better. Save as my Owlbear PNG. Overwrite. Bam! Nice. Okay, we have updated him. Save as the sci file. Yes. Overwrite. Now we can go back to my table because the Owlbear looks proper now. And my scale turned off. It's fine. Let's see. Where are you at now? 2.7. Woo! Where are you at now? 3.1. A little bit more. 3.0? What? You're bad at this scale. 3.2. 3.2. 3.3. 3.5. Good. There we go. There's my cube. Yeah, my green is not, or my blue is not as stretchy as the green. I think it's still pretty good. It doesn't stretch vertically as much. So this is going to be a rectangular solid more than it will be a cube, I guess. You'll just have to squish it back into cube shape after you're done squeezing it. There. I'm gonna leave my scale with my stuffing because hopefully I'm going to get a couple more. Oh, do I want to stuff them today? No, I might leave them flat. I'm gonna make some flat cubes. So there we go. That's the cube shape, but you can also squeeze this one out into a rectangle. So that's kind of. Oh, I can rectangle them both. Okay. That's not terrible. Can I rectangle them the other way? A little bit? This one at most stays cube-like. So I guess I can give the green one a little bit squeezier in each direction. But it's not bad. The blue one definitely feels less squeezy than the green one does. But I'm also using two different types of fabric. So they're both Mochi Minky. One has got like 4-way stretch, and this one's got like 2.25-way stretch. It stretches a little vertically, but not a lot. Okay. Gonna stitch this one up. I have to use itty bitty stitches on the Mochi Minky because it is so like short of a pile. There's not a lot of fluff to it that you can see basically every stitch really, really easily. Okay, good note for next time. I need to leave the hand stitching hole on the side that has the stretch. So I should have done this side rather than this side. Just help the two sides stretch together at the same time. Good to know before I start sewing up the blue cubes. Good to know. Yep. Tiny scissors hanging up. Very nice. Put them back. I don't lose them. And there we go. We have a blue cube. Okay, so I've got my green and my blue cubes. Got those two. Also have the owl bear. Ooh, can you lay down here nicely? Yes? Okay. Because I do want to get these guys stitched up. So I think the next thing I'm going to do is take all of these guys over to my sewing machine, who is not. So come on. You're going to have to do your wiggles. Good? Okay. And I'm going to start with the green cube simply because that's all the rate of the thread that I have on my machine. And then after I get these tops sewn on, I will come back and I will work on the blue cubes. Those ones at the top I have to keep separate because those are the bad ones. Those ones are backwards. Oh my goodness. Okay. I buy hay for my bunny rabbit online to have it delivered. And the system they use for their online shop sends me like 3 to 4 versions of every single notification of its like shipping. So it's arriving today, and I have now gotten 3 emails telling me so. One from their store, one from the Square Reader store that they use to actually take the payment, and one from UPS that is delivering it. They really want me to know that my hay is arriving today. The pull up Twitch stream. Oop. Okay. These all get to be inside out. I'll probably move most of them out of the way off to the side. And I'm not worrying about which direction I put the bottoms on. I actually probably will for the blue one. I want to make sure that the stretches go like crossways instead of the same way, because then I'll get like an extra long stretchy instead of like if I tilt them one either way, then I'll get kind of a trapezoidy looking thing to it. And I think it'll just stretch better if I do it that way. Okay, so my inside out cubes are here. And I do not care which sides I start on, which direction the skulls are facing. That will vary per cube. What I do need to do, though, is leave a gap to actually stuff it. So I'm not going to sew this entire edge down. I'm only going to do like the 2 outside thirds, and I'm going to leave that middle third open on one side. Because that's where... Ooh. Emma, are you being weird? Or is everything cool? Okay. I think you're just being weird on my phone. Well, if the camera is weird, please let me know. Well, music's gonna just be whatever it is today. I just picked a random playlist that said, like, whatever this is. What are we listening to? Why are you talking at me? We'll see how this goes. I don't want talking during my music. I want to be the one talking. I'm going to be just sewing 1 cube at a time, I think. Oops, I should flip that over so I can actually see my stitching. Now I need to change the speed to medium, put needle down. Good, we're all set up. And then I let it stretch as I'm sewing so that the thread itself will have some stretch to it once it's all done. Because if I don't do the stretch like this, then when it is squished and stretched after it's stuffed, that thread is not going to want to stretch at all. There's going to be no extra to it, and it will try and snap instead of actually just like stretching like it should. I need a little bit of this for the top section, but I won't need it for the middle section. That's probably about a third. Real super precise. Vaguely about a third. Okay. Let go. Let go. There we go. Okay, so that's going to be the hole that I stuff it through. It's about a third. Maybe I should look for a D&D. I'm going to do that. And I Ugh, I don't know how to use Spotify. Let me search. It doesn't want to let me. I'm just getting a spinning wheel. It's fine. We'll let that think while we listen to whatever this is. This? Oh, that worked. Okay. Cool. Oh, I'm so good at technology. Oh, hello, Raiders. You stumbled in while I was fighting with technology. Hello. Welcome on in. I am just sewing up some cubes and owl bears, the same thing that I was doing yesterday. Let me finish this real quick and I can go back over to my table. I do have squishy cubes. It is true. She was telling the truth. Let me squish a cube. Yes. Ready for this? I am capable of fighting with technology at any point in time. I don't even have to be live. I can just destroy a computer by looking at it. So this is my squishy cubes. My absolutely squishy gelatinous cubes. I am super enthusiastic about how squishy they are. I'm loving this. They are so squishy. So I am making a full pile of these today. This is my green, I guess, classic cube. I also made a blue variety, slightly less squishy. It doesn't squish as much as the green cube does, but I'm still enjoying this one as well. So they're just very squishy, and I'm very happy with the little skulls and everything that I've put on them. Oh, thank you for the follows. I also made I don't know if my computer's gonna pick this one up. I've got a little rib cage here. I absolutely love the rib cage. And I've got a little bone hand over here as well. I spent a really long time making them in my embroidery program, and I really like the fact that I've got full on rib cage in there. And it's kind of realistic versus my 3-tooth skull right next to it. I love it. So they're just super squishy. I'm making a whole pile of these. What do I put on the inside? There's no liquid on the inside of these. This is all stuffing, but I use a certain kind that's either called silky polyfill or mochi stuffing. Mochi, like the dessert. It is just super, super fluffy stuff, and it doesn't ball up. So, like your normal stuffing, if you go like this, whew, and then you throw it, if you go like this, it's going to turn into basically wool. This stuff always stays squishy and fluffy. So you can squish it and wiggle it and move it as much as you want. And at the end of the day, it's still going to come apart and be super, super fluffy and squishy. Yes, it's basically Squishmallow stuffing. Yes. They use something, well, they don't have the mochi stuffing. You can't buy their stuffing anywhere that I have found yet, but the mochi stuffing is the closest stuff to it that you can make. So basically, yeah, I'm making Squishmallow cubes here. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've got two different types of stuffing. The one is like the silky or the mochi stuff. And that's just very, very like it pulls apart and there's not a lot of like kinkiness to it. It's just very long little bits of stuff versus the regular stuff that I use is very just kind of kinked up and it tangles easily. So it's slightly different. Just the two types next to each other. One is more like rough, and the other one is more like silky. That makes sense with the name being silky. So it's just the two different types that you can use. And like this stuff, if you wiggle it in your hands a bunch, it becomes tiny. And then this is very, very hard to then pull back apart. Like you have to spend some time actually pulling it back to softness. So just the difference in the two stuffings. So I'm using mochi in these ones, whereas most of my plushies, if they don't need to be super, super squishy, they just get regular stuffing in them. There we go. Put all that back in the boxes where it comes from. So it's not flying around my craft room. Silky polyfill is lovely. I don't know if you guys can hear me because it says there's an ad in progress, but oh well. I missed a lot of things. Okay, scroll back. Yes, hello. I do have squishy cubes. I have squished the cube. Phoenix was telling the truth for once. It's true. I will have these cubes available for sale eventually. I need to figure out how much they cost because it takes me about an hour and a half to embroider one of these guys. But I don't know, like, that's not actual time that I'm working. Like, while it's doing the embroidery, I'm off doing other things. So I don't have an accurate time on these. And I was trying to record the time yesterday, and then my timer died. So I have to watch my own VOD and, like, figure out how long they actually take me to make. Mochi stuffing, the silky polyfill stuff. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Have fun. And I am going to get back to, well, first I'm going to unplug this thing and replug it because why aren't you working? Buttons. I like when my buttons work. Okay, and I am going to back to sewing up all the cubes. Yesterday, I got all of the cubes. I got 5 of the 6 sides onto the green ones. So I'm putting the 6th side on each of the green ones now. And then I have 4, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 3 cubes to make, the blue cubes, after that. And then after I get those blue cubes made up, I am going to be working on this little guy who can kind of face the camera if he is balanced on the cubes properly. No. There we go. So I will be working on him and a mom-sized one. So the pattern I have is for the small little guy, tiny face. I am making a mom-sized one that is much bigger, but I need to test the pattern first because I just increased the size of it. And patterns don't always work properly when you do that. So before I cut into my good fabric, I just want to make sure that everything on the pattern is fine. So I will be making it out of my scrap fabric, and then I need to time myself when I'm making the little owl bear guy so that I, again, know how much to charge for them. So let's see, do my buttons work? No, of course not. Well, do my buttons work? Too much to hope for. Yes, button worked. Okay. Now I can change my scenes better. Okay. So I'm going to be back to sewing. Uh Yay, technology. Yes. Technology is so great. Always works flawlessly. If you have a question or anything about what I'm doing, let me know. I will check every line or so as I'm sewing. I don't really look away from the needle while I'm sewing because I don't want to sew my fingers into a cube. That would be very unfortunate for everyone involved. Uh, Underneath. And if an ad starts and you want me to stop talking during the ad, I do have a like single point channel redeem to make me just shut up while the ads are playing. So do use that. Oh, please only when the ads are playing. Because I don't actually see the ads myself. I am looking away from my computer and all of the alerts. And I don't have a chat alert otherwise set up yet because I'm, again, very bad at technology. Me and technology do not get along. I also name most of my technology after evil sentient AIs. So I've had like Gladys, the computer. I've gotten Hal, the computer. They all die. I don't know why. Maybe I should not give them evil AI names, but at this point, it's kind of their names. I can't not give them names. The only computer that has not gotten an evil AI name is currently the computer I use for streaming, who is just named Corey. And he so far has not given me any huge issues. OBS gives me issues. He himself has not. So he's still, I think, figuring out what giant mistake and issue he wants to cause me. Storage, that's a good one too. Do we not need? Oh, okay, we are going to get some music. Okay. I tried to pick a like D&D themed playlist today because I'm doing everything D&D themed. But I don't actually know what songs or anything are on it. I have never listened to it beyond whatever songs are playing now. Okay, so there's that guy. This other side, I am going to leave a hole in the middle. This is going to be where I stuff it after it's all sewn together. Oop, oop. I'm going to start on this side. About a third. Good. Oh, I just realized if Phoenix rated me, that means I'm now watching myself. Hang on, I gotta go change. Yep, I am. I can probably close that tab. Okay. Ah. And this one here, I am going to use the stabilizer for this one because that one's pretty much on the edge. It's about a third. Yeah, that looks good. That's definitely a third. I'm good at measuring. This stuff is super stretchy, so I don't actually have to worry about like how big of an actual stuffing hole I make. Because I can just kind of stretch it to the size I need, so it'll be fine. And I'm going to pin up both sides. Ah, stab myself. Pins. And I'm giving it a little bit of a stretch as I sew because the fabric stretches, the thread does not. So by adding in a little bit of a stretch now, when the fabric unstretches, there will be extra thread to it. That way, after it gets stuffed and you squish it, it's not going to try and break the thread and like open up the seams. Just extra squishability. There we go. That is the cube inside out. Very cool. Okay, and the hole is right here. I don't think I am going to stuff these today. I think they are going to remain deflated cubes because up until I've got a small 1-day convention that I'm going to next month on the 13th. So until then, these just have to kind of stay in my craft room, being in the way. So if they are flat, they're going to take up a lot less space, bleh, a lot less space than if I actually stuff them. I think these are going to be deflated jelly puddles until a few days before the convention when I actually stuff them up. Yeah. Who is texting? Okay. Okay, next cube. I'm going to just be doing this for a while. I have 10 of these total cubes to make in green. So that's going to be a couple hours if I think I'm doing just these cubes. I might get bored of this at some point and just start on the owl bears and come back to these. That happened yesterday. I was making some little BZ bats. BZ is the person who makes the pattern. I was making some BZ bats and just could not focus on them at all. Gave up like halfway through and just went on and started making cubes instead. But at some point, I will probably give up on the cubes, move on to the owl bears. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll go back to the bats afterwards. I probably won't have enough time for bats today, actually. This is my full-time job, so I will be doing this basically all day, but I'm probably going to be streaming for about 5 hours in total today. It'll highly depend on when my husband gets back from work himself. I don't know how long of a day he has today. I don't think this is one of his late nights. So I will basically stream until he gives me the heads up that he is on his way home, and then I will finish up so that we can eat some food together. I'm gonna go halfway on this. So giving me 5-hour estimation, red up. 5-hour estimation, I probably won't get much beyond the cubes and some owlbear work. I may not even get to the small owlbear. Oh, we'll see. But I do this basically every day as my full-time job. I stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when I feel like it. Sometimes Tuesdays, usually not Mondays. But I am here a lot. And even if I am not streaming, I am probably sewing in some form or another. And I left a hole in that side. Yes. So I can sew this entire side and the other. Hello, Pick. Oh, is Graham okay? Poor kitty. And yes, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate lurks. I lurk myself in other people's streams. So if you want to lurk in mine, absolutely feel free. Do not feel like you have to talk to me at all. That is fine. Lurks are fantastic. Okay. Regular checkup. Okay. Still poor kitty having to go see the vet, but good it's not for something panicky. Go backwards. Okay. Oh, poor kitty. Well, best of luck to both you and him. Hopefully, those 35 minutes go fast. Okay, cube. There we go. Ooh, wait, whoa, that line was not very straight. Okay, I'm gonna fix that one up a little bit. The problem with holding it stretched while I sew is that if I let go of any of the tension or if I pause too much, uh, the line kind of relaxes back to where it wants to be and not where I'm holding it. And that just kind of results in a super wonky, wiggly line, which I don't want that on the front of the plushie when I turn it around. It's supposed to be a cube, not a wiggle shape. Ah, flip. Okay. There we go. There is cube 2 of 10. And that one's going to be a puddle as well. So leave that on the table. Next. I'm not really paying attention to the direction of like which way these pieces are facing just because it's on the bottom. The direction of the pile or like the fuzziness of the fur doesn't quite matter all that much because it's going to be facing in one direction regardless. You don't like the direction it's facing, turn the cube 90 degrees. But I will pay attention for the blue because the blue is a little less stretchy. So it stretches across just fine, but vertically it doesn't have that much. Well, I want to do this. Oops, other side. It doesn't have that much of a stretch. So it will actually matter which direction I put it on and where I put the stuffing hole on the blue ones. I don't really need that pin in there because I'm going to do it 1/3 of. Oh, that was a very small third. Oh, I already took that pin out. Good. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to read that line as well because I let go. Let's see, how bad was that line? Oh, not terribly actually. It's got a little dip in, but that's mostly straight. Oh, that's good. Okay, fantastic. Ah, like I'm good at this or something. Pins there. Ah! And I immediately stab myself with a pin. I say I'm good at this and then stab myself. Who texted me? Email. I will not be reading that today. Nope. Nope. Ah, ow. Stab. Ah. Ooh. Pin. Ooh. Nasty pin. Okay. There we go. There's another cube. That cube 3. Cube 4? Did I just stitch that one up and completely miss it? 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm on cube 4. Okay, I've done 4 cubes. Where'd cube 3 come from? Push out the corners there. This is just so I don't forget to do it later when I'm stuffing it, because flipping the corners once it's all stuffed is a little bit harder. 3 and 4. Okay. I'm just very bad at counting. This is why I don't do crochet or knitting, and I just watch people like Phoenix do it, because I can't count. Me and numbers are not on good terms. Okay, 4 there. 4 cubes. 6 to go. No crochet can count. Well, that's good to know too. I did learn how to crochet and knit. Uh, but again, it's the counting. Can, can I count? Am I ready for the answer to be no? It's so true. I thought I was good at counting, and then I tried crocheting. It's so true. I did learn how to crochet, and at one point I did make a couple of little like hedgehog dolls. I took like a class to make a little hedgehog, and he was really really cute. And then I went home and I tried to make one again, and I just started doing it, I guess, freeform. Like there was no counting involved. It was just vibes. It was like, yeah, that looks like it was an increase. And that was also, I think that was my first and last foray into really trying to crochet things. I've made scarves. They get bigger on one side than the other because tension, like what's that? But I've kind of given up on that. That's just, it's not a skill I was meant to have. I can try, but it's not gonna be a good one. I made a scarf for a teddy bear at one point. This was in before times, pre-pandemic. I don't even know what year. But I made a scarf for a teddy bear, and I had to crochet that, and it took me like 3 or 4 times just frogging it entirely in before it was done. And like again, it for a teddy bear, it was not very big. It was the most frustrating part of that teddy. I think making the scarf took twice as long as making the actual bear. Cut. Come on. Hard. Make a scarf for yay, okay. Scarf team. But you didn't lose I see you didn't lose the skill. I never acquired it. I think I still might have my half finished hedgehog in one of my yarn drawers. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check after these guys. I'm gonna finish this cube and then I'm gonna see if I still have my little half finished hedgehog. He was really cute. but just, ooh, the numbers. Okay. I did the whole, yes, okay. Uh, Unfold, good, okay. Okay, there we go. There is the cube. Let me hop back over so you can see the table. Let me see if I can find a hedgehog. So many squishy cubes, yes! I have a full pile of deflated cubes. These are my gelatinous puddles until I stuff them. But I got the squishy cube! He's so squishy! And stretchy! They're so good! There, Owlbear, you sit there. Just, no. Squish. Still. Okay. Do I have my hedgehog? That's not yarn. Yes, I have my hedgehog. Kind of. He's most of a hedgehog. He is tiny little guy. He's got all of these. I don't even know what kind of stitch they are, but they're big and loopy. He's got all of his little bits to him. He does not have a face, and he does not have legs. He has stitch markers instead of legs because I never actually got around to putting legs on him. But this was my one and only real attempt. Oh, he's covered in fluff. This is my one and only real attempt at making stuffed animals via crochet. And then I decided I'm much better at sewing. But he's a cute little guy. He's just unfinished. I don't know how I'm going to put the eyes in him because I stitched him all the way up before I actually like put eyes on. That was oops. Yeah. But yeah, he's just my little blind, half finished little guy. I don't even remember how I was going to do the legs on him. I took a class. I followed along in the class real well, and then I went home and made him based on vibes using none of the information I retained from the class. I could do just hand embroidery eyes on him. I was going to do like safety eyes. I could just embroider some on there, like just wing it and make some little dots. He can hang out with my cubes. You know, it was considered a beginner class. I took the class at Joann Fabrics. I'm gonna say that was like 2016, 2017. That's back when I was working at Joann still. I took that class and they were like, "Yeah, you can learn how to embroider or not embroider, how to crochet." And I was like, "Yes, I've made a terrible scarf. I've got this." Yeah, there were a lot of those. Those little puffy stitches. I don't even know what they are called. somewhere in my pile of all of my sewing patterns, I still have the instructions of how I was supposed to put him together. So I could eventually go back and put legs on him. But at this point, I, he's kind of just who he is. The stitch markers are just a part of him. They have like become his legs. And he hangs out. He is the guardian of my yarn pile, which is a very small yarn pile. I have like a bucket and like 12 by 12 cube bucket, and that's it. That's all of my yarn. Popcorn stitch, puff stitch, or bobble stitch? Well, that's good to know. Let me just quickly take a note of that. Cool. Screenshot that, chat. I'm going to look those up afterwards. I'm going to go a third of the way on that. You've probably bought more yarn in the last month than I own. Probably. So most of my yarn is just I need this for a sewing project. Like I need to put hair on something or I need to wrap a wire. I buy yarn for that purpose, not actually using it for yarn purposes. What I do have is way back, I'm going to say, oh, it had to be like 15 years ago. I found some really nice yarn. It was just kind of pretty. And it was online from like just somebody who made it by hand. And I was like, yes, I will support you making stuff by hand. And so I bought some yarn, and like one of them even has little beads in it. Oh, that is not a straight line. And like it's very pretty yarn, and I have no plans for it. So I have just been holding on to it, like admiring it for like 15 some years. That is so much yarn. Holy cow. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let me pull out my yarn collection. Guys, move back. My yarn. Stuff from a project that I found at a Goodwill that I haven't finished it. I got some of these. This ended up being I made dishcloths out of, so I've got a little bit of that extra. This is the stuff that I used for the little hedgehog. I got some purple and green bits. I don't know what they are. Got some gray bits. Bernat blanket yarn. These two, which are my favorite colors ever, but I have no idea what to do with them, so I just have like collected them for reasons. Oh, I got 3 of those. This one that I thought was the same, so I grabbed it, and it is not. So I've got one of these and no idea what to do with it. The brown that I again used for the little hedgehog. And these that I bought on Etsy like 15 years ago because I liked them and they looked cool. That's it. That is my entire yarn collection. That's all I've got. When in doubt, make a shawl. You say that as if I can make things. These are very pretty yarns. Like I loved them. They were on sale or whatever at Joann's. This is again when I was working there, so like I grabbed them up when they were like really super cheap. And they had, well, I thought 4. They actually had 3, but I bought this one with them. And I have done nothing with them since. So that is the entirety of my yarn collection. Most of these are just bought for specific projects, and they all fit in one bucket. So I have a bin that goes in my shelves. They fit with room to spare. My yarn collection. That's it. Pull these little guys back in. Ooh, don't fall. Just sit there. You have to look at the camera. You're good. Shawls are easy? Okay. I will trust you on that because I do not know. That's the entirety of my yarn collection, though. Now, my fabric collection, on the other hand, ooh, that no longer fits in the closet where it's supposed to. With Joann Fabrics, like my main fabric dealer supplier, going out of business, they're liquidating, but not doing real good liquidation sales. But they're going to be gone soon, so I've been snapping up the fabrics that I generally get from them to just have and like use later on. But the problem is my shelves were already kind of full, and now they are very full. Ugh. Come on. Why are you bunching up behind? I don't like that. Okay, you good? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I've bought up uh so much fabric. I basically what I usually spend on fabric in 6 months, I have spent in the past 2 months. But I also have over a year's worth of fabric now. And these are the ones that I can't really get other places. So I have way stocked up on all of them. Actually, the cubes that I'm making right now are from some of those fabrics. So I have basically everything I'm going to need for the entire year that I bought up since they declared they were going out of business. But I also have to now store it. And I don't have the shelf space. So it is in my closet in the bottom, like the bottom on the floor. I've got a big Tupperware bin, 2 yard, it's like 6 feet long kind of thing, like 2 meters, six feet ish. And it's supposed to be where I keep all my finished plushies and my prototypes and everything like that. Right now, it is just full of fabric because it doesn't fit on the shelves above it. And I still have more shopping bags of fabric just kind of sitting on the floor in front of it. I do try and keep things fairly neat in my craft room just because I know the kind of person I am. And if I don't have things in their place, like where they're supposed to be, like a dedicated location for them where they stay, I cease to remember they exist. And then the mess makes me overwhelmed and I just ignore it and I shut down. So I do have to keep things kind of neat just to make my brain happy. Uh, and right now, things are not very neat at all. But I also, because I'm preparing for a convention in 2 weeks, 3 days, I don't really have the time to sit around and redo my entire storage system right now. So it is going to remain messy for the next 2 weeks and 4 days, 5 days, until I'm back from the convention thing. And hopefully, I will have sold many stuffed animals and I will have space. There's another puddle. 4 more to go? Am I bad at counting? No, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. Yes. Ugh, numbers. Yeah, so eventually I need to rearrange and get things reorganized on the fabric front. But I also need more space, which means I just need to sell more things, which means I also need to take pictures of things so that I can list them online, which is definitely my weak point. I'm very good at the making. I'm not very good at the telling people the things about about the things that I've made. That is just tough. Posting on social media? No. I did post one of my three. I made three bat plushies for Valentine's Day. And I was like, yes, I made these in like January, early January. I will have them posted on my Instagram before Valentine's Day, February 15th, 14th, 14th. Uh, and I think I posted the first one this month in like March. I have not posted the other two yet. I'm really bad at that. This one I want to leave the gap. Just put that right there. That's vaguely 1/3. You got somebody else to manage for oh no, I missed the edge. You got somebody else to manage social media for you. See, that's how you do it. But like my issue is I still need to take the pictures of the thing. My sister did volunteer at one point. She was like, "Oh, well, I'm not busy. I can post things for you. Just send me the pictures." And I was like, "Yes, take the pictures first." And it just didn't work out. I see somebody else to take see that's how you do it. Outsource all of the work. I don't have anybody ow. I don't have anybody like close by in person who would be able to like take the pictures of my dudes for me though. So I would still, even if it's somebody else is going to be taking the pictures, I would still have to send them to them. And that is yet again another step that I am very bad at. I just yesterday got something in the mail for my brother that I promised in January. Yeah, I think it was January 20th. I had said, yeah, next weekend I'm going to put this tablet in the mail for you. And then I just sent it to him yesterday. The problem was I didn't want to go to the post office alone. This is going to be the one with the hole in it because I did terribly on the first line. I didn't want to go to the post office for that alone. So I had to wait until like there was two things to do and then I could trick my brain into being like, oh yeah, we're multitasking. This is going to be real good. And I finally got like a bat that I had to mail out. So and tricked my brain and we went. We went there. Oh man. Meet up every Saturday, give her what you made that week. See, that is so good. That is awesome. That is somebody that I need. I need a person like that here to help me with that stuff. I'm just not good at the sharing. I'm good at the making. I make a lot of things and then sometimes people actually see them. Back when I was only selling on Etsy, that holds a lot better. Okay, got that now. Back when I was only selling on Etsy, I was slightly better about posting things. I usually got them up within like the month that I made them. The problem is that I moved to a new place, and this new place has a local mall with like a makerspace in it, where it's basically it's a store with 250 some individual craftspeople, where everybody just kind of like rents a shelf in this store, and so you can just go and like label your stuff and drop it off on the shelves, like stick it on your shelf. And then they have the cashiers and everything. So they like take care of all the selling for you. And they even do like the promotional stuff on their Facebook and everything. So there's like very little need for me. Like everything I make basically gets taken to the store, dropped off into the bin, and then they restock my shelf as things sell. So it's made it even harder for me to be like, well, I should also post these online now so I can sell them in both places because I'm still selling things. Like I'm not posting them online and I am still selling things. So the I guess the necessity of posting them online is less now. It's a lovely little store though. Like I am very happy to be included there. And there's a second one. Like this one is just 10-15 minutes away from me in the local mall. Ooh, a business license. Ooh. Yeah, no, we don't need that. Basically I just drop it off and then I get tax documents at the end of the year telling me exactly how much I made and I just use that. So that's all it really takes. Uh I'm also in the I'm in New Hampshire in the United States, and New Hampshire is weird, I guess, in comparison to all the other states that I have lived in that they don't like any sort of regulation at all, apparently. Like this is very much the motto of the state is live free or die. And they really take the whole live free thing seriously. Like they don't like any sort of regulation on individual people, I guess, in comparison to the other states I've lived in. So there's not much that you have to do. I don't even need to like sign up for like a license for tax purposes or anything here. We don't do that, I guess. When I sell in other states, I do still have to sign up for like paperwork for those states. Um, but that's just a couple of events each year, whereas I am selling in the little local maker space every month. It's pretty nice. I do like that. And there's a second one, about a 25-minute drive away from me, 25 minutes. And I have been procrastinating on putting in an application to sell there, but that would be another really great place to like have things in person. Ah, stab myself. To have things in person to sell there as well. The land of beer and laws. I like that. I guess right now we are the land of inferior beer and oh my god, what are our politicians doing with our laws? Ooh, I need to open the window. It's getting warm in here. For just a bike. I mean, you know, I kind of like that. In that there are some people I would prefer not being on the roads with their stupid bikes because they are like trying to get hit. Like who allowed you out here? Don't do that. But also, oh my goodness, that's intense. That is very strict. Ride your bike drunk, you lose your car's driver license. Okay. Is that just like we don't trust you on two wheels, so why would we trust you on four? Ah, a little too cold to be having the windows open. We're at that weird part of the year where it's like still chilly outside, but with all of my machines and lights on in this craft room, it gets very warm very quick. So I need to cool it down. So it just becomes now a game of like open and close the windows every half hour. Okay, another cube. I have two more to do after this. And then I think instead of the blue cubes, I'm going to go on to where'd the hole go? Oh my goodness. Nope, that's the bottom. So it's on this edge. Okay, there we go. I'm going to go on to working on the owl bear next. The danger on the road, technically. You could even lose your driver's license if you walk on the road drunk instead of so. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. The number of people who just in my own neighborhood here, like when you're driving through on a car, just the people who are on their bikes just kind of swerving from one side to the other, just going about their day, not looking at who's coming behind them or anything. You just kind of have to stop and like wait for them because the other option would be just run them over and then you'd have to drive over the bumps and that's not good. We don't want to drive on bumps. But they just don't care that like you're on the road, you are a vehicle, don't do that. Like please drive safely. There is also a guy who must live somewhere within just a few houses of me because I see him slash hear him all the time. He has a motorcycle and he drives just squares around the block and just like pops up onto one wheel. So he's driving around on one wheel on the streets and it's just like, dude, like you are on the streets right now. There's better places for this. Please don't. But it just he does it for like an hour every so often, every week or two during the summer. I guess he's bored. I just don't feel like streets where cars are driving should be a playground. Like that's not safe for anybody. Don't do that. That's I'm going to assume it is legal illegal here as well. Uh but again, it's you have to be caught doing it. It feels like it definitely should be illegal because it's just not safe. It makes me very nervous. I'm not a fan of driving anyways. It's just something about having multiple tons of metal moving down the road. Like that's a heavy machinery there. Not a huge fan of just the concept of driving. And then people being stupid about it around me, where it's like, not only am I now worried about what I'm doing, I am also worried about what you're doing. It's not a big thing. I'm not a fan of it. Ah, windy. Ah, phone alert. What's up? What do you want, phone? Ah, okay. I did leave a hole. Yes, I did leave a hole there. No, my state's really weird about safety law. Like, it's the only, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 95% sure of this. It's the only state in the United States that does not require adults to wear their seatbelts. Like, the safety concerns, no. Like, they take the whole live free or die thing very seriously. It's a weird state. It's beautiful. Like, I love the environment up here in the Northeast of the United States. Like, I don't plan on leaving the Northeast. But New Hampshire's an odd duck. Ooh, I accidentally caught the edge of this one. So this is going to just be a little bit, fiddly to get that edge to line up. I just went too far over the edge there. Okay, so I'm going to start from here so I can catch that edge first. Make sure it gets really tacked down. Okay. One more cube to go. Let me put this one over on the table. Okay, I've got a full pile of puddles. Let me close my window now because I've cooled everything back down. Go there. One last cube. The final cube. Or green cube, I guess. The final green cube. Ow. Okay, those two sides. Ugh, fish, neath. Good. The cubes go well. This is the final green cube. So I've got 3 sides left to go on this, and then I'm not going to stuff them yet because they would take up too much space in my craft room. So I'm going to just leave them as gelatinous puddles. And then I'm going to start on the owlbear mom test next because I don't really want to do the blue cubes right now. Brain says no. So I am going to finish this cube and then make an owlbear mom. Probably out of what weird colors do? Probably just gray. I'm gonna just make an all gray owlbear mom. Just to test out my pattern and make sure it looks good. And also see how long it actually takes me to make the mom without the embroidery. So the little picture I have down in the corner, which I'm not actually sure if I'm pointing properly. Where's the point? There we go. The little bear down in the corner there, owl bear down in the corner there, has paw pads and little pink paw pads, and he's got white on his little feathery ruff bits. I'm going to do that on the mom only. I'm not doing it on the baby. But I need to still make those designs because those will be embroidery, and I haven't made them yet. So after I test the mother's pattern, I did leave the whole. Okay. After I test the mother's pattern, then I have to make those embroidery files before I actually make the real mom. Okay, final line. Woo! The cubes will be almost done. Ah. There we go, cube. Woo! And then I immediately lose the hole. There it is. Okay. Oh, Phoenix. I don't know if you were here at the time, but I showed off my one and only real attempt at crochet, where I made 2/3 of a hedgehog before I gave up. I forgot to put his safety eyes in before I made him, so he doesn't have eyes. And he doesn't have legs, he just has stitch markers where the legs should be. So this was my one and only real attempt at a crocheted stuffed animal. And he just kind of sits with my yarn now. Yeah. Yeah. He was I think it was back in like 2016 or 2017 when I was still working at Joann Fabrics. I took a class to learn how to crochet stuffed animals, made one in the class that I don't know where he went at all, and then put this guy together when I got home, based mostly on vibes and not actually following the instructions from the class. Okay, there's my pile of gelatinous puddles. not stuffing them until I get closer to the actual convention because they are going to take up space until that time. uh, Owlbear little guy. He's probably gotta move. Yeah, if I'm using my gray fabric, then you just sit there, you're good. That is, I don't think I have any small bits of that one. What other colors could I use? Do I use the yellow? So for testing my patterns, I use very cheap fabric that still has the same stretchiness as my nice soft fabrics. So I can kind of make them cheaper and then just kind of hold on to them. Let's see. I think I'm gonna have to clear the whole table off to unroll this gray fabric. This cube I have to keep separate from the other ones. These squares turning into cubes because I accidentally embroidered this one upside down. So on these ones, they've got the drips that like go down, but when you brush the fur this way, it's against the grain of it. Like the nap of the fabric goes this way up the the drips. So I think I'm going to put this one together and then just kind of keep it as my example gelatinous cube because I can't really sell it. He's got a mistake. So that one just has to stay separate from the other one so I don't mix the fabrics up. He can go sit. Oh, I've got a dragon that I made a couple days ago too. This is my cute little dragon. Very floppy. He's based on the Jellycat pattern for the dragons. Someone on Reddit used their dragon as like inspiration for like creating a pattern based on it. So because there was no one here to stop me, I asked them for the pattern and then put the dragon together real quick. He's my super squishy, super floppy dragon. I really like him too. I'm probably going to give this one to my mom though. So this will be a gift from my mom. Just my little cutie dragon. So he can go sit with the dragon. My owlbear can go sit with the dragon. And the cubes. And all my other half done projects over there. My yarn guardian can go back in my yarn collection. And my cubes. My puddles. My puddles. They're just gonna go piled somewhere else. Cool. Okay, I only need the big pattern. I know that the little pattern works because I've already made an owlbear off of it. I do need the large pattern. Oh, this is ominous music. Yeah, absolutely. Have a good lurk. Oop, gotta flip it. I was kind of thinking in Phoenix's stream this morning, like, oh, that little purple dragon I make kind of has the same shape as her naked dragon. Like, very similar floppy shaped belly and everything. It was like, oh, yeah, buddies. Okay, let's see how I can fill these things. Okay, the fluffs have to be separate. This is a test, so I only really need one arm. The footy bits goes down this way. What's a good place to put that one? Maybe I'll hold off on them. This fluff gets cut out later. Beak, oh, beak gets cut out later as well. Back of the head. The arm. You go down this way. That one fits nicely there. Do you fit nicer there? Maybe. Yeah. Gotta try and get everything. No, that's not gonna fit there. Okay, can I put the foot there? Head there. An arm in the head? Oop, maybe. I have to unroll that a little bit further before I cut those ones out. I only need the one belly. Whew. I need 2 feet, or 2 of the legs. After the test, they get tossed into my bin of prototypes because if I ever like I stitch them together and then I test them out, they look good, and then I take the stuffing out of them, and then I take their corpse, their deflated bodies, and I toss them into my bin of prototypes that is currently filled with fabric of other types right now. So that later on, if I'm ever going to make something with this same kind of a body, I can then like use this same pattern to kind of estimate what it looks like. So like this, if I like the body, but I want to put a different head on it, I'll just pull the head off of the prototype and I have the body good to go. So they become testers for future patterns. I have a couple of them. I think I've got a couple that are still stuffed even. Oh, they're so buried I can't pull them out, but I've got a couple of patterns in there that are just based on other things I make so that if people want the same shapes, I already have them good to go. Okay. That way, instead of making like a new test for every single pattern, I have the bits ready already. Unfortunately, I do not have anything this large to match the owl bear. I do have to test this. I did like part of the reason I knew this was all going to work is that this body in the small version for this owl bear, I've already made a very similar body. So I didn't have to test this one. I knew the pattern and how it already comes out because I have a cat that is already made from this pattern that's somewhere buried in my bin. I can use that as an example for that one there. The only difference is the legs have a slightly different shape. These ones have very teddy bear legs. Have I ever liked one so much you kept it or sold it like a prototype? I generally don't with the prototypes because I draw all over them and they get scribbles on them. So they're not really in a position to be sold. See, I can probably put that one there. They don't look very nice. Have I kept like other plushies that I haven't been able to get rid of? Yes, absolutely. I've got little guys that just have not been able to believe. Like I made them and then they were supposed to be sold and then they did not go anywhere. I've got a couple of bats. Let's see, who can I actually grab? A lot of them are again buried in my little prototype bin under lots and lots of fabric right now. Uh, I have a prototype for pup cakes that I was trying. It wasn't supposed to be the prototype. It was supposed to be just the final version, and I liked him so much I ended up keeping him, and he just lives in my bin now. I don't think I can unbury him though. Let me, I find my pup cake. Did I even take pictures? I think I took pictures of cupcakes. It's not this one. The link I'm putting in chat. This is to a pup cake, but it's not the prototype that I ended up keeping. This is just the final version. The prototype I ended up he's pink. His eyes look slightly different. He is currently buried in my bin, but I did not end up getting rid of him because I really liked him. I thought he was cute, and so I kept him and then changed the eyes around a couple bits. Just made him look a little bit different. And now I make those guys and well, I sell them, but not very often. They're very expensive because there's so much embroidery and it takes so much time to put them together. So I do not sell very many of them, but they are up for sale. And they're just pup cakes, like dogs with frosting on their backs. They're cute, but they are very time intensive to make. Like that one plushie is like a full day thing. This marker is very dead. I might need to get rid of it soon. In another few weeks, I will probably be able to dig out my bin of plushies and everything there. Yeah, that's all traced all the way around. Good. I'm only going to do the one arm because I only need to test one arm. If the arm works, then it works. I only need one face. I do need to test the position of the eyes, though, to make sure that that works. That's going to be where the eyes go. Oh, enjoy your lurk. Let's see, body. Now, if I put that there, okay, well, I already cut into the fabric there. Okay, so that has to be there. I can put the belly here. I'm gonna probably have to put. I don't think I can put the foot there. I can put the foot here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. And after that, I'll have to move the fabric to get more space for things. I've got one face. I've got the back, so I need another back of the head. I need both of the fronts of the faces. I can put the foot here. I do need both feet. I only need the one arm though, so I could probably put them both there. Put that there. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. Oh, come on, marker. Do not fail me now, marker. I hate throwing markers out. I keep my markers till they're like beyond dead and not working because why would I waste it when there's still a little bit of ink in there? But it does mean I have to like pull down and drag harder on the fabric, which is less than ideal because the fabric tends to shift. And I don't want my pattern pieces to change shape or size. Come on, marker. You got this. You're good. I believe in you. Okay, there's my dots. I still need the other side of this body, so I have to flip that and keep it. I should flip that one too. I've got one foot, which I do want to add my vertical lines to because that will be where I connect them top and bottom. Belly up next. Oops. Oh, marker, you got this. You're not dead yet. You're good. Okay, I might have to retire that marker for now. Let's see. How about you? Are you dead too? Nope, that is a good marker. Okay. Transferring my lines inside. Little markers. I only need the one belly, so I'm done with that. Whoops, and then I immediately draw on the paper. There's another foot. I'm actually going to put an F on both of the feet because these are slightly larger than the other pieces. The arm piece is just small, just slightly smaller. Which, if I end up making a lot of these owlbears, I will probably change. I will make either the foot slightly smaller, the arm slightly larger, or both. Just because if I'm cutting out 4 of the same size circle, then I don't have to worry about if it's a foot circle or an arm circle. So I would probably make that change if I end up making a lot of these. I don't think I'm going to, though. Like, at this point, they are time intensive and they are big. So I think what will end up happening is I'm going to just make like the 2 babies and the mom, and then I will put them on my table at conventions, and people will look at them and go, "Wow, they're so expensive," and then they will not buy them. But that's my actual goal, is to just have them like come over and look at the owl bears and then buy something else. I've got one foot. Oh, I do need the other foot, so I can't get rid of that parent piece yet. Let me move these guys out of the way. Those guys have to be traced differently. So I'm going to do those ones later. I need 2 sides of the face. Okay. Whoops. Throw my parent piece on the ground. That's good. That's definitely where I wanted it. Let's see. Flip that one more time. Because I want to come over this way. I like leaving my fabric as even across as I can. Hmm. This is going to be interesting. Chunk of space there. I did the one side, so I can do the other side here. Ooh, this would be a good place for the foot. Yes. Can I put this down here? I can. And then these are probably, it's just have to go up above it at some point. But this one's good here. Okay. The foot I'm done with. I've now traced both feet. Both feet. Oh, they're on the other edge. Both feet good. I need the back of the head, and I need 2 of the front of the head and 1 more body. Okay. There as well. Okay, so I've got both of the backs of the faces. That's good. Can I put the body here? No, I cannot. The body does not fit there. That will have to be the face. Can I put the face anywhere? No, I have to basically. This is going to just take a chunk of fabric here. If I put this here, I might be able to put the other one here. Maybe we'll see. Otherwise, this will probably end up being where I cut out the beak. Okay, can I? Yes, okay, I can. Nope, oh, almost. Okay, I'm gonna tip it slightly and then it fits. Perfect. Oop, don't do that. Drew on my mat a little bit. Okay, so that's both sides of the face. Very nice. I just need the body. Hmm. Where am I going to cut that from? I think I'm going to just come up to here and I'm going to cut it out here. Yeah, I'm going to just put it right there. That line right there. And right there is the toe, and the butt dart is right there. Okay. That's all the major pieces. I still have the fluffy bits to cut out, but these ones, unlike the other pattern pieces where I have basically two lines, the edge, and then there's the inner line inside the pattern, these ones only have the one outline. And that's because this is actually that inner line where I'm going to be sewing on. So I'm going to trace exactly where I want the stitches to be on these ones, and then cut out a shape around them, like giving extra space. I don't want just that 1/4 inch, which is, what is a 1/4 inch? Very, very small. 1/4 inch is like 6 millimeters, I think. It's not a lot of space, and because I'm going to be doing these like sharp little bits and corners and everything, I want to put extra space around them. So I'm going to give it probably a 1/2 inch of space, if not more, around each of those bits. So I'm going to cut them out after I do the rest of the owl bear. Those ones I also really don't need to test. I think the center ruff that goes around the neck, I will test that. And then the beak. I want to test the beak because I didn't actually make a pattern for the beak. I just kind of winged it the first time. And I did not actually like trace it out on paper. I just cut it out of the fabric. And I want to test and make sure my new one on paper will actually work. Oh, that one I need to put another. I only drew the line outside the foot, not inside the foot. There we go. Okay, that's good. I'm just cutting around everything right now to free it from the fabric. Once I have it freed, then I will go and actually cut out each of the pieces individually, but I can get rid of the big lump of gray fabric in the back and kind of lay this out and see how much fabric this owl bear actually takes, because that also goes into my pricing of things, although it's not as important as the time it takes me to make. So even like my expensive, nice, fluffy fabric, uh, one square on my grid here, 1 inch, is about 2 cents. So if I have like a full bit there, you're not looking at that much money for the actual supplies. Most of the cost of these things is just the time I spend making them. Okay, so that is free. Good. Pull up my gray, take that away, fold it up. I will not be putting this back into the storage closet. This is going to be uh, for the rough as well, because everything's going to be in gray. So I'm going to just set that off to the side for now. Pretty good. I can get most of that on my camera, right? Do I actually have to take a picture? Yeah, I probably should anyways. Smart thing to do. Okay. Now I can cut them all out and free the bits. So this is the main body fabric minus one leg. I will still have to add in how much fabric it takes for the ruffs and everything, but I did take a picture of it. So now I know more or less how much fabric I'm using. And then when I go to actually put together the full cost of, I can put in basically how many square inches I use, how much it weighs for the stuffing, and how much time I spent. And then I've got a nice little spreadsheet that spits out how much I want to be paid for it. And then it also converts it into if I'm selling it in line or online or in person at different locations, like how much do I actually need to charge, because all the companies that basically you sell through take a cut off of the profits. So if I sell things in person, it takes like the smallest amount away from me. If I sell either with cash is just nothing, or if I sell with credit card, it just takes like I think it's 2%, 2 to 3% plus like 15 cents. So it ends up being like $1, maybe two off of the price of most of my plushies. Is this Skyrim? It is. This is Skyrim. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, so it ends up just taking a couple of pennies off the price if I sell in person. But then if I'm selling on Etsy or if I'm selling at my little craft store in the mall or any of the other little ones, they usually take something like 10 to 15%. So in order to be paid what I want to be paid, I have to raise my prices 10 to 15% depending on where it's going to be shown, so that the company selling it or listing it for me gets their chunk of money, and I am still paid a living wage. Okay, there's the face. There we go. Half cut out. Ooh, I didn't add any of the lines to the arm. Okay, there's supposed to be some little lines on the arm just like there were for the foot. But I did not draw them on the pattern and therefore did not draw them on the fabric. So that will have to be something that I add in. There's also supposed to be dots on the feet, but I drew the little paw pads where I want them to be, and then when my printer decided to print, when I printed it, my printer decided that it didn't want to print the paw pads, the little toe beans for some reason. So I just don't have them. And I don't know if it is Inkscape's issue or my printer's issue because, again, me and technology not great friends, and me and the printer fight every time I use it. I was trying to print out labels to put on the bat that I sold recently so I could mail the bat, and it was just not printing properly. I ended up having to put tape on the paper so that my printer could hold on to the paper and print it properly. Because why would a printer need to be able to hold paper? Like, that's not integral to the entire purpose of a printer, is it? I am very good at not working with technology. Me and technology do not get along. Ah, I missed. Okay, there we go. But the butt dirt. Ooh, I did not create a pattern piece for the tail fluff. Ooh, I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, so this owl bear does not have a tail. Completely forgot that. Ooh, and I did not draw the dot at the center top of the face. That is fixable. Put the pattern piece back in place and draw my dot. There we go. Dots acquired. Okay. There we go. My pieces. Okay. That was what, about 15-ish minutes to cut them out? Not terrible. Got a foot, the back of the body, back of the head. The foot circles and the arm circles are going to be attached later. The arm itself, face goes with face, back of the head together, body together, belly, foot, and foot. Okay, so the pieces that need to be attached first are going to be belly with the two legs, the fronts of the face, the backs of the face, the arm to itself just gets folded in half and then sewn in half again, and the backs to the backs. Okay, there we go. I'm getting a small snack break. Got grapes today. There are no owl bears in Skyrim. Okay. I am going to just use the green thread that I have in. For the prototypes, it's actually better to not have matching thread, because if I have to pull it apart, I want to be able to see my stitches so I can tear them out. Okay. Ah, problem with the big stitches that I use is that they don't come off the paper all that well. Okay, the butt. Butt has been darted. Ah, okay. There we go. I'm going to be hand sewing the head onto the body, so I don't really need to leave a gap anywhere in this body. I'm going to just stitch down the entire back. Otherwise, I would probably leave my gap right about here, just above this dart that I made, because I will be hand sewing the tail on, and the tail would cover that area. If I do end up making a lot of these, then I will probably sew the head onto the body with my machine, just because my machine sews faster than I do by hand. So in the interest of speed, I would want to do as much on the machine as possible. But for now, I'm just going to hand sew the head, so I don't need to stuff the back. There's my pokey stick. Poke, 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 poke. Okay. Body. There we go. That's the back and the legs. That will attach to the belly and the legs afterwards. So let me grab those and we're going to sew those on next. I don't necessarily need to pin these guys, but I'm going to anyways just to make sure that everything lines up. Especially because I'm using a 3.5 millimeter stitch, so it is a little bit longer. So it's not going to hold the fabric together as securely. I use the long stitch in case I need to take this apart for future prototypes. But that also means that as I'm sewing it, I don't have as much reaction time to put things together and hold them along the lines they're supposed to. Ah, don't wiggle. Good. So if things shift, they'll just shift bigger than they might with the smaller stitches. Tear the paper off. Big stitches also don't like perforating the paper as much, so it's harder to get them off of the paper. But the paper is still good. It holds everything in place. It keeps my machine from eating the edge of the thread or the edge of the fabric. So I can begin sewing like right on the edge. I don't have to do any weird backtracking or anything like that. I'm going to put, I think, 3 pins in the middle here. Mm. Three. Whoops. Oh, pin. Where are you going? Okay. There's my belly with my 2 legs. I'm going to put that onto the body. Yeah, I'll do that before I do the rest of it. I was going to do the face and then come back to the body, but there's no real reason to other than this takes more pinning, so I was going from least pinning to most pinning. But that doesn't really change much. I'd still have to pin it. going up to the top here. I think I might have the same issue I did on the small owl bear here. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to stitch down to... Ugh. I really should have drawn the points on this. So I'm going around this curve, but I need to do it... Ah. Okay, we're going back to the table. I need to flatten this piece out and draw some dots on it, because where I stitch to on this pattern piece matters. Like, I need to be a 1/4 inch down into it. So I need to give myself some guideline dots. And they sink you through the fabric. Yes, I can. Okay. So I need to stitch basically to those dots on this piece to match up with the seams of those pieces. Okay. I also want these dots to appear. Yes, okay. I want them to appear on the other side of the fabric as well, because that's where I'm going to attach the lines for the feet. Okay, now I can go back to my pinning. Now I want this line for this top section of the body attached to the belly. I want to bring this down, still even up, but then I want this dot to be on the seam between the leg and the belly. Not quite, so I'm going to have to flex it a little bit to get it there. Okay, there we go. So now I've got the green line seam on this side matched up with the dot. Means I need to just kind of stretch and flex the rest of this line to get it nice and straight. There we go. And then I'm going to stitch that and then come back for the rest of the leg, because then I will need to use that same dot to line up this curve. Okay, so I just went to that dot. There we go. Clear that off. Ugh, I'm going to have to do the same thing on the other side as well. And then reline up these bits on the other side of the seam. And stretch that to match. This is going to get several pins. This is probably like 3 or 4 pins area. 3 pins area. Because I really want to make sure that the edges of these two fabrics line up, so that then I can stitch a 1/2 inch or a 1/4 inch in, and meet up with that green line that I just stitched on the top part. Come on. One. Good. Let's see. Did everything line up properly? Oops, I was off on the dot a little bit, but I did get to the point of where the dot should have been. So that's good. Didn't quite connect. There's a 3 millimeter gap right there. Let's see. Is that going to be a hole? It will. So I technically need a couple more stitches there. Because this is a prototype, I'm not going to, but they were off by a stitch. So boo. I'll try to do better on the other side. Go dot to the seam. And I'm going to put my pin in there first. Go up here. Top corner gets pinned next. And then stretch in between to match the lines up where they're supposed to be and pin them in there. I'll only need those 3 pins. That should be good. And then I'll come back and get the foot afterwards. Okay. Come on. Okay. Ooh, didn't even get close to that one. Okay, so that was not good. That one I actually probably do because that did not line up in the slightest. Ugh, so I'm going to add a couple more stitches down there. I don't need to fix it, just need you to stitch. We're going to try and get to that one. Yes. Okay, we're going to do that. Okay, now we are at the dot. Now we have to rotate this around, line up with the edges. It's not really starting aligned anyways. So I'm going to do a lot of pinning right here to get everything lined up. I think I'm probably going to put 5 pins in this area. I did 3 on the other side of the foot. I think I'm going to do 5. Come on, flex. Ooh, definitely a bunch of pins right there. I'll hold that fabric down where it should be. Okay, so that's all held. Is held. This one I'm going to go to the toes. Okay. stabilizer so that I can begin right on the edge. Okay. Well, that was a lot of pins, but that line looks nice for it. A good line after that. And then I can do the bottom, which shouldn't need that many pins because it's basically a straight line across. So I'm going to pin probably 5 places. Each edge, the dead center, and then where the feet attach to the belly, I will stitch that up as well. Or I will pin that up. Oh, maybe a pin in the middle of that long length there just to keep it in place. So 7 pins, which is less than what I had in that one little curve. Probably could even gotten away with 3 pins, but I'm going to go with the 7 just to keep everything slightly lined up. And again, use the stabilizer so that I can start right on the edge of that fabric without it eating it. Oops, let's not sew over the butt. There we go. Okay. Whew. Oh, what are you doing? Don't do that. Hold that right there. Okay. Body with 2 legs attached. I need to put the feets on. I can do that next, I think. Yeah, I'll do the feets on the body, and then I'll do the arm, which I'm only making 1 arm because it's just a test arm. I'm going to close the windows temporarily because we're good now. Nice and chill. Feet circles. And I did put the little dashes for the top and bottom on here. This is going to be one of those things that I pin lots. Stabbed myself. Cool. Pinned myself. When I'm doing things like the little bats that I make a lot of, I actually have the patterns with like alignment markers more than just the 2 lines I did. I put a top and a bottom line on this foot. On the bats, I have one for like all the way around the bits I need to attach. So that I can just look at this side, see an alignment marker, flip it to the other side, see another alignment marker, and know like, oh, that's where the 2 need to be lined up. if this ends up being something that I make a lot of, I will add those alignment markers, but until then, that's just extra work that I don't necessarily need to do because I can kind of fudge it and wiggle them around, just figuring out where they go without that. Those are more of a doing this for speed sort of thing when I'm making lots of something. Ow! Stabbed myself again. And I'm going around. I put the pins in from the bottom direction. Now I'm putting them in from the top of the fabric, every other pin, because I don't know how visible this is, but the fabric tends to roll over where it's not being held in place by the pins. So if I come in and put one every other direction, like from the top, now this will hold that fabric and keep it from rolling. So every other pin just to kind of keep it like, yeah, just the difference in here it rolls, here it does not. Hopefully, it's not good at cameras. I'm very bad at cameras. But no rolling here, lots of rolling here. Just the entire edge is rolled over. So I go through and I just pin it from the direction. The side that's rolling gets the pin through it first. And that will just keep it aligned, keep it from rolling around. There. So now on both sides, both those pieces are flat. Could maybe use another pin right in here on this side. Keep that side from rolling. So there we go. So now it's flat on both sides and I can stitch around it without any problems. And then I'll do the same thing basically on this foot. I'm just starting with my alignment marker and that seam at the top of the toes. And I'll put another one here. I might have to shift that just a little bit. I didn't quite center it. So that one at like 3 o'clock position on the foot, I'm going to shift it a little bit. That's better. There we go. And again, just going around. Whoop. One more here. One more here, I think. I can see if that's held all together after that. I don't want my yellow pins, I want my little blue pin. I can sew over the blue pins. Don't want to sew over the yellow ones. That's pretty good. I might move this one a little bit, move it a little bit closer to each side because that's folding over a little bit. We'll just overcorrect on it. That looks good. And that side looks good. Okay. I don't need the stabilizer for this one because I am actually going to be going and starting on the fabric. There's no edges to eat. I do need my pokey stick. Oops, I hit that pin, which is why you should not sew over your pins. Do not sew over your pins. Pause and pull them out before you get to them. Otherwise, you hit them. And that is no bueno. Whoops. There we go. My foot. I do wish that pattern piece had printed with the claw because I was going to put dots around the toe beans. But that is just something I will have to do after I make the embroidery file, I think. Woo! Good. It's so much easier to take the pins out than it is to put them in. There we go. Got my two little feet, and I can flip this inside out, or right side out. I should clip that first, actually. We're going to put this back inside out. And I'm going to come up anywhere that you have like a C shape with your left hand on the fabric here. You have to snip in towards the stitches. Otherwise, it will pucker as you flip it. You need to come in and just do a little snip here. Just give it some ease. There we go. Okay, now when I flip it, those toes should be less puckered right in the top corner there. Yeah, there. See, now it sits flat. That's good. There we go. Okay. Now, in comparison to the baby, how big is this one? This is not going to be fully stuffed and it's not going to be well stuffed. It's just going to be stuffed enough to give a general idea. Whoop, come on. There's my foot. leg, body. Grab another chunk of stuffing. Oop. Okay, so there's my body. Woo. In comparison to this little one's body. So its body is basically the height of this one's head. I might even want to make the mom one bigger. Ooh. Well, we'll see. I am going to put this one all the way together. The pattern looks like it's holding up fine. So that's good. So even though I've made it 150 size, it hasn't messed up anything too much. Or rather at all. So that looks good. Okay. So let me put together the head. Or no, I was going to do the arm next. So we're going to grab the arm. Come on. Button. And this one, zap. Don't do that. This one does get the stabilizer. This one is also going to have a hole meant for stuffing it. You good? And this stuff is not super stretchy, so I do need to leave a certain size gap just so that I'm sure I'll be able to actually stuff it. There we go. So it's about 3 fingers there so that I can actually shove stuffing in. And then this, did I draw my dots? I did draw my dots. Okay, so I want to put a pin at the dots, and I think I'm going to just use the yellow ones. I don't want them to bend at all. There we go. I don't need the stabilizer because I'm going to start in the middle of the fabric, right here. And I'm going around the top. And I'm going down to my yellow pin and not past it. And then I'll flip it and do the same thing on the other side. Going down to my yellow pin, but not past it. Okay, arm, base, that goes back to there. These ones I am using my blue pins because I want to be able to sew over top of them. And I don't actually know where the midpoint is on the front. Okay, right there. So that's going to be where the point goes. Again, if I make these a lie, I will put more registration marks around them on the pattern. But as of right now, I'm just planning to have basically 3 of them. That's it. right there. I might just flip these two and then leave them just from the back. How many pins do I actually need around the edge of this? Behave. Ow! Did I stab myself? That pin did not behave. That might be good. Okay, so I don't need to do a lot of pins. You need to stretch it to fit. I'll put backwards pins from the back here and here. Front pin here. Back pin and a back. Okay. Then stitching all the way around here. Okay. That's the arm. These do get hand sewn in place. That is another bit of pattern that I might change. Doing a little less hand sewing, trying to make it so I can put them on by machine. Problem with that is that I basically have to sew them in place as I'm putting the body together, and I'm not sure if I want to do that. Like, I know how I would do it. I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. More stuffing. Ugh, grab a drink. Oomph. Oh, just kick everything. That's cool. Whew. Okay, so there's the little arm. That gets sewn on by hand. So for now, I'm going to just pin it in place. One pin there and grab another pin. These are my yellow pins, the ones that do not flex and bend. Okay, so there's my one arm. I'm not putting the second arm on. This was just the trial run. There we go. We've got an arm. I've got my little feet. Does it have the dots? Do the dots show through? Yes, the dots show through. Okay. Oh, wow. The dots are all the way back there. Fascinating. Okay. Now I get to put together the head. And the two of you just lay here. Cool. Chilling. Headless. Good. Perfect. Love it. Okay. I'm going to put together, let's see, the back of the head and the front of the head in bits. Oops. I didn't snip this. I'm going to use my thread snips. Okay. Because that's my dart. I do want to sew to here. I'm going to use another yellow pin to just mark into my dart. Go. So that's just the darts in the back of the side of the head. I'm gonna do the same thing on this, and then I can sew both of these backs together. Oops, I need to pin it first. In right there. Okay. Properly along the pin. Cool. Do there and back. Okay. Yeah, come on. Rip. Ah. Okay. So those are the sides that actually attach to the face. The center back does not have any darts. I'm going to stitch that up. And I am going to pin that in place, but probably just 4 pins. Kind of hold things as they go along. Right along this curve, I want one right here. And I don't even know if I need one in here. I will give it 1 extra pin just in case. Not a lot of negative reason to add extra pins. And cut that there. Nice. Very cool. Okay, so that's the back of my face. I'm going to just set that aside. The front of my face. I'm going to stitch down the center here first. Which doesn't really need to be pinned at all. I'm just putting it there to kind of hold things in. And this, I just need to make sure that I'm actually going to the point where I need it. Okay. Because this is going to make a semi-heart shape for the face. It's going to have a little bit of this dip in the middle, right there on the face. So I need to actually connect the face along those dips to make sure that it connects in the right place. And again, I've got the dot from the face, and this is going to be weird because it is gray on gray. Normally this would be a different color. And I want to make sure that that dot ends up on my stitch line. Yes, okay, so hopefully that works. Then we're going to come down to here. Oh, should I close that up first? Yeah, I should close up the dart first. Actually, no, let's see how it does when I don't close up the dart first. Let's try this. I'm just curious now which one works better. This one is going to get more pins. I'm pinning that bottom section just to kind of hold it in place, and I'm going to go back to the top. And I do have a convex and a concave circle shape or curve that I am attaching together. So this is going to be a lot of just every couple of stitch lengths. I'll be putting a pin in just to make sure that they stay together. See, no, don't do that. And does that line up? It doesn't, not quite. No. Okay, so I need to stretch this. I need to take these guys out, and I need to actually stretch this outside part even more around that curve. So I'll put you there. This is another one of those places where I would put the little registration marks if I was making lots of these. Yeah, let's see, did that line up better? No, still not very good. Okay, well, that's about as far as I can see around there. I really, really do have to bunch that up. Is that better? Yeah, okay, that's better. Oh my gosh. Ah, so much stretch. Ugh, I think maybe even before I make the big one, I might, like the one for real, I might go through and add the registration marks to this. Because this is very heavily reliant on me stretching it the same on both sides. Which, if I'm perfectly honest, I'm not the greatest at. So we're gonna see how this lines up. And paper stabilizer underneath. Put you up right here. And just kind of stretch it even as I'm sewing. Keep both sides smooth. Okay. So that is one side of the owlbear face. Which looks nice for how much work that took. Good. Now I can do the dart on this side. I didn't want to do the dart until after that was done because the dart goes right up to that stitches, the original stitches. So if I'd done the dart first, then I would have to be like fighting off these stitches as I like wrap it around the face, the center face part. The stabilizer underneath. Yeah, you flexed. Okay, well, we're gonna pin you then. If you're gonna keep moving, you're gonna get pinned. And then that dart goes right up to my other stitches and back. Rip you off of there. You. Okay. So yeah, that dart goes right up to that edge there. Cool. I hope this works for sewing that dart together at the bottom there. If not, I can just tear the stitches out and redo it, but it would be cool if it worked. And I'm going to put together the bottom first. Ah, okay. And then again, I need to really stretch all of this bit around there. First pin is going to just go and hold that edge together right where it needs to connect. I'm just flexing the fabric together, stretching one side and not stretching the other. Ugh, okay. Still need to stretch it a little bit more than what I did. I'm going to just work some of it back around. Uh, almost. Almost. Yeah, I'm going to do registration marks on this face. Okay. Now I do want to start on this side just so I can connect with the previous stitches. Stretch goes around, keep both sides smooth. Hell yeah. Okay, got this. All right, let's see. Yes. Okay. So I got that little heart shape that I was hoping for. We got it. Now I stitch up that bottom dart. We'll see how well that works with doing it before, like sewing up the outside before I add the dart. That might actually have gone smoother. It was easier to connect the face. I think I'm gonna do the face attached to the rest before. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Ow! Pin! Don't stab me. No stabbing. Yeah, that looks good. It does connect at the bottom, so I was able to get that to line up. Nice. Okay. Fantastic. And this dart's probably going to fight back as well, so it's going to get pinned. And then the front of the face can be sewn onto the back of the face. There we go. That's the front of the face attached to the back. I am going to put a couple of pins in here just where those seams on the front and back align. Pin. And then I've got my darts that I'm going to line up there and here. Corners here. I'll probably put one here in the middle just because of that curve. Keep it straight. That's pretty good. But just right around that curve, I want to make sure that they stay connected. There we go. Do need my stabilizer under the edge. Okay. That's the head zone. Woo! Let me grab some more stuffing. Flip that. Who is texting me? Badoop. Okay, let me grab my pins and figure out who just sent me a text. Maybe not a text. Oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3 different email notifications. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, I have to run and go get a box off of the porch. Give me 2 seconds and I will be right back. Okay, I return. Now, I don't know if I want to sew this on right now because I like everything about this. This pattern works really well. Some really heroic freaking music. Let me do the side seams. Thank you. Are you here and listening right now, Viking? Kinda listening? Okay, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Hannibal got his new hay delivery. So I got like 12 different emails about it arriving. And he's currently ripping and shredding something. So I don't know if that's his new hay or if he just decided to use the new hay as an excuse to destroy things, but the rabbit be destructive. Okay. There's ooh, that's the new body. And I think actually with the little guy, that size head looks good. It might be a little too big on this body here. So I might want to, because I also wanted this to be a nice big one. And in comparison to the baby, it is much bigger. But what I might actually do is make the body pattern pieces a little bit bigger without changing the size of the head. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. When I make the actual big griffin. Well, it's not a griffin, it's an owl bear. I could make a griffin off of this. Would need different toes. When I make the actual owl bear, I think I'm going to make the body pattern larger and leave the head the same. So it will make it slightly taller, but the head will be a little bit more proportional to the body size versus the baby that will have a slightly larger head to body ratio. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I like that. And then I want to make sure, because part of the reason I'm scaling up to the sizes I was is that I have specific eyeballs that I want to use for it. So let me figure out where they've gotten to. These guys? Yeah, these guys here. Um, these ones don't have the sizes on them. Okay. Well, I have two different eyeball sizes. Ooh, ooh. It won't be green for the actual owl, but that's probably a good size. Yeah. Ugh. These are such cheap eyeballs I got there. Just, they have so many issues. Not good eyeball. They're all super scratched up. Ugh. Okay, so before I sew on the head, I'm going to unstuff head. Ooh, and punch some holes for eyeballs. I'm not going to put the backings on these because I don't actually want to use my eyeballs for a prototype. But I do want to see how it would look with the eyeballs. I'm going to put those on there, flip it, and then try and keep them in place while I stuff it back in. Whew. This owlbear has seen some shit. I think that is a good size for the eyes. I think that works. And then it's not going to look like that because this head requires thread sculpting. Okay. Thread sculpting is basically when you run thread through the inside to pinch or like move the fabric around, because the fabric and the stuffing want to just be as round as possible. But if you stitch bits of it together, you can force it to change shape. So like this is my face now with its little eyes stuck on. With thread sculpting, I can actually pinch those eyes together and give it more of that owly beak shape. So it's not round anymore, or I can release it and go back to now I've got a very round face. So I want to thread sculpt, kind of pull the eyes together, which is exactly what I've done on this guy. So he's got like, his eyes are kind of inset there, and then he's got this ridge in between, the owly shape. I'm doing the same thing on this one. I'm gonna tie a knot here. And by tie a knot, I mean just make a couple of big loops so that it's less likely to come apart. Snip my thread. Then I need a new piece of thread because this one is not nearly long enough. Because now that I have, oops, 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 don't do that. Now that I've gotten the eyes kind of pinched together, I'm going to go from the back through to the edges of the eyes. Oops, no, I want to actually, where are you, needle? I want you to be a little bit higher up. Right there. Yes, there we go. And I'm actually going to pull the eyes towards the back bottom. So the original thread gave them the pinched middle look for the ridge between the eyes. Now I'm going to set them back deeper into the face. I want you to be at that midpoint. Yes. And we go back in. So that's kind of giving them that inset, like pushed back face look. So it's not just little eyes on the front of a very round face. And then again, I want to tie it off, but I don't actually want to knot it. I'm just going to make a whole bunch of little loops here. This way, if I need to take it apart, I can just snip these loops and the whole piece will come off. But the chances of each of these loops coming undone on their own, especially when I'm not like roughhousing or playing with the plushie, should be fairly low. So it effectively works as a knot without being permanent like a knot. There we go. Now I've got those eyes kind of inset. I've got the shape of the face. That looks good. The eyes do not have backings on them, so I can just pop them right back out. I like that size of the eye. My other alternative would be an even larger eye. Let's see. These ones have the gold backings on them. Yeah, don't do that. I could make an even larger eye. Let's see. Do I have the hole big enough? I put your post through. maybe. Ah, yes. Okay. Gonna fit. Man, I actually like that larger eye. Is it just because it's gold? If I did the green eye in gold, would I like that even more? Let me see. There's my gold eyes. There's my gold. Ugh. Okay, well, you're fine. These are gonna come all over the place now. Fine, it's fine. Oh my gosh, that is such a scratched up eyeball. Ugh. Hmm. It looks a bit wonky with one of each eye. I actually like that larger eye. I don't really want to use the large eye though, because that actually the way these large eyes attach, instead of just having a post for the back like this that goes onto it, it has an actual like up that goes around it, so it pinches the fabric differently. Ah, so it would change the shape of the face a bit. It would like pinch in the fabric around these eyes. And I didn't account for that in the pattern. So I think I'm going to use these medium eyes here. They're super scratched up and I don't want to actually put them on until I get them cleaned up. Ugh. They're super, super scratched. I think I'm going to use the medium eyes just because, woo, don't roll away, just because they are easier to attach. Even though I like the size of the large eyes better. Welcome back, Pick. How is Graham doing? Yeah, I'm going to go with the medium eyes rather than the large eyes. I really need to clean those up, though. That is so bad. Okay. So, Owlbear plans finalized. Eyeball out. Pull the eyes out of him face. Sorry, dude. Okay. Eyes decided. Body needs to be made a little bit larger. So we're going to make that body slight bit larger to go with the head. Let me see. Do I want to actually sew the head on right now? No, I'm going to just pin it again. Where'd my pins go? Underneath the eyeballs. Cool, cool, cool. Put the eyeballs away for now. Ow. In here. Oh, that pin is super bent. What happened to you, dude? Wow. Stuffing goes inside the head, not outside the head. Thank you. Okay. And then I want to move this leg down slightly. Ah, fins, don't come out. Rude. Okay. I can see them nice from this angle. You guys cannot. But that's their size comparisons. Let me make them sit on the edge here. There we go. So good at cameras. So I like that. I do want to make this head a little bit smaller in comparison to the body. So what I'm going to do is the head is 150% of this one. So is the body. This whole thing is 150% of the little guy. I think I'm going to make the body maybe 175, make it just slightly bigger so that uh I can uh basically the head in comparison to the body, the head will look slightly smaller. I think that'll be good just because I want this one to be an adult and the chunky round head works for the baby. But I want the adult to be a little bit more uh proportional, I guess. So I'm going to make that head look a little bit smaller. All of the feathers and everything are going to be the same. I'm not changing anything about them. So I need to create a embroidery file for all of them. The only things I haven't tested are the beak for the adult one. So I need to still make the beak, but I'm comfortable with the rest of the body. I like all of that. Ooh, I didn't do the thread sculpting on the toes. Let me see what that's going to look like. I might need more thread than this. Hmm. Well, this is just going to be temporary, so let me do it this way. Single thread through. Sure. That's really far back to have the toes. My gosh. Not expecting that. Right there? Yeah, that's where my mark is. Okay. And where is the mark on this foot? Where did I make the mark? Right there? That looks right. Okay. Ugh. Move your arm. Thank you. Ooh, don't fall over. Let me tie a knot there. Stop. Stop trying to fall. Oh my gosh. Just sit nicely. Here, hold on to your baby. Okay, so for the foot, adding in the toes will look something like that. So it'll have the toe beans around the top, and they'll have those little toes there. I think I like that. I wouldn't do that. I don't think I'm going to do that on the baby feet because the baby's feet are a lot smaller. I tried it real quick when I was making it, and it just didn't look quite right because there was no toe beans. So, where's the, let's get your toes fixed. Good. Your foot look better? There. Okay. So it didn't look quite right on the baby's feet without having the toe beans, but I think with the toe beans, this should be okay. Uh, hmm. Let me get another piece of thread for the front toes. Let's see how that looks. Now, this is a pattern that I am just like modifying for this. This is not my own pattern. If this was my own pattern, I would actually probably make the front legs different because they're just very stumpy right now. I would very much put like toes onto them, not just stumps. So that's interesting. I think this was meant to be like a very easy to work with pattern. And adding in those toes would just add another layer of complication. So that's why Trillium Knight did not. But I probably would have myself. So we'll see. I might again if I make these a bunch, I might modify that myself again. Glue you to there. Yeah, because this is very like very stumpy looking. Okay, let me just stab him in the face. Temporary needle storage. Okay. Yeah, those are very, very stumpy looking toes. Hmm. I'll do it for this guy. I'll make the mom with the toes. The way it's supposed to be. But I think I'll just make the one. And if people really want this and I end up making a bunch of the owl bears, I will modify this foot. One, so that I'm actually stitching it into the body here on my machine. I would basically take this belly piece and cut it so that then I sew these in to that seam as I connect the two belly pieces. So basically cut it in half and then sew it right back together, but this time with a leg stuck in between. So I would do that so that these legs would be attached by machine, not by hand, and they would always be in the same place at like all the time. And I would give it some extra like I would basically make the front foot look like this, where it has that bump for toes. I would give it that same bump so that then when it turns into toes, it's not just like thick with toes. It's very stumpy. This is like a rabbit foot. Got no toes whatsoever, just a little stump. I think that's good. Okay, so the next step is going to be going to my computer because, like in the little picture down there, I want these designs, these feather designs, to have a little bit of white embroidery on them along with the tail. So I need to create that embroidery. So these guys are just going to sit here and chill. You're cool. And I am going to move everything else back off of my computer so that I can actually use my computer. Have some goo cubes, I guess. Goo cubes. Pattern bits. Even more pattern bits. Okay, things are now off my table. Ooh, I still have grapes. Extra grapes. And we're going to go back to my computer. Okay. Okay. Done eating grapes. Inkscape. Pull that up. Okay. I need to reset my defaults because this should be small. I don't want it to be 2/3 of the screen every time I open Inkscape. There we go. There's my pattern. I had to redo the arms last night because for some reason the arm file when I was creating it just kind of vanished. Don't know what happened. And I did not put the little lines on the arm either. So I have to redo that one again. I'm going to import, and this was that one. What page? 39. Okay. So I'm importing the page 39 from Trolley Knight's pattern, the one I'm stealing these bits from. Oop, pull that over there. Oh, I can actually just get rid of that whole page. This is what I think I did yesterday. Anything that's touching a page when you delete it also goes with it. I think maybe the arm was touching a page when I deleted it. And it just kind of vanished. Woo, don't do that. I want to zoom in. Not whatever you just did. That's pretty straight. Okay, group them all together. And come back over here. Rotate. Back up to the arm. There we go. And then needle sculpting lines. That's what I'm missing. So I'm going to come in here and just add them. I can delete the arm now. I no longer need it. This is the small arm. Ungroup and regroup. So everything is now connected. I'm going to duplicate it, drag it down here, rotate it around, and I changed the size for the large pattern to 150. So I am going to make that there and then turn it blue so I know it is the big one, not the small one. You guys shouldn't be over. We're going to just move you up. You're good. Okay. Now I have the proper arm pattern. But I don't actually want to use the blue ones. I'm going to start a new Inkscape. Can I actually swap to a new Inkscape? Does that work? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to do that. Paste them all in. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I want you. Stop. Just be small. Thank you. I'm going to get rid of. Oh, I didn't group those guys, or am I in the. Oh, get rid of all you. I want to get rid of the. Oh, wait. Do I want to keep the face bit? I want to keep. No, I want to get. I want to keep the everything. No, I want to keep the face bits because I like the face bits at 150. Everything else I want to make larger. So keeping the face bits, getting rid of everything else. Those are all good. Keep the face bits. Get rid of everything. Okay. I'm going to duplicate and pull that up there. Duplicate and pull that up there. Face bits. Because I don't need the face bits. Did I get rid of the back of the face? Oh my gosh. Okay, we're just going to undo all this. Face bits. I need the body bits as well. Okay. No, don't do that. I want you to be treated as one object. In here, I'm going to zoom in on this because connecting these 2 points right here, that is the, I'm going to duplicate you and flip you, move you over here and rotate you. Let's put you there. That is the length of the neck. And even when I change the body to be slightly larger, I need the neck to be the same length because it's attaching to the head, and that's going to be the length that attaches to the head. So I'm going to just kind of create that right now. Just hold off on that until later when I resize the body. The head. Oh, I wanted to add registration marks too, didn't I? Oh my goodness. Where's your outline? You don't. Oh my. Okay, go away. I don't want you anymore. You are annoying me. This will be the same length. Oh no, this one will change because it's going around the bot. No, body would still have the same neck. Do I need to change this at all then? These guys are going to stay the same. No, this one will stay the same. This one is going to change because this one stays on the face, and the face is going to be the same size. This hopefully will be the same length. I'm going to create it at the same length. So I need to create a new body piece, a new belly piece, a new arm. Face should all be the same. This goes on the ear. I need a new foot. This should be the same. I need this new. And I need both of the feet new. Okay. So instead of these being 150%, I think I'm going to go up to 175. Yeah. And now I need to resize them so that the tops where it connects to the head are still the same size. So I'm going to center this, rotate you. Good. Ooh, I'm going to get rid of this outline. I just want the center outline. Zoom in. Are you underneath? I want you to be on top. Okay, so now I can see you a little bit better. Where's your rotation? Let's magnet you. Yes. Okay. And now can I grab your corners, pull you into here, you into there. Okay. That looks good. Just slight modification there. And then this one, you're going to come in here. I'm going to get rid of your outline too. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. Okay. Nope. Get rid of the magnet for now. We're going to rotate you to match. Kind of. Nope, that's the wrong one. I want red. You should be up on top as well. Okay. Let me rotate you just slightly. We're going to put the rotation side. Those are right. The two lines connect, so we're going to go there. Slight rotation. Yeah, that's good enough. And then I'm going to, oops, grab, pull that magnet, pull you into there, and you two pull you into there. Okay, so the body is now slightly larger, as evidenced by the fact that they do not align anywhere here, but the neck is the same. So where it attaches to the head will be the same. Good. I'm going to pull you two down there. I can get rid of which piece? I think I can get rid of all the blue now. Right? No, 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 no. Just body piece. Yeah, I can get rid of those. I can get rid of this one. This is the one that goes on the leg. I want the leg one to be bigger, so we're good there. The foot should still match. We're good there. I don't need these pieces because I have these down here. I've got the ruff, I've got the face, I've got the outside of the head, I've got the back of the head, and I've got the cheek fluff for the ear. Okay, get rid of all those. Nice. Okay. Pull these guys here. Sure, we'll pull them over. Put them all near the page at least. This one needs the seam allowance. So I'm going to go here. I've just selected the outline. I'm duplicating it and I'm adding offset. So that's an extra 1/4 inch or 6.35 millimeters. This one here, I want just the outline. I'm going to duplicate the outline and adding the offset as well. Okay, nice. Okay, for the embroidery, I need to do embroidery for the paw pads, for the foot and the hand. So the hand is slightly smaller. I need to do embroidery for the the ears and the head fluffs and the cheek fluff. And oh, I didn't have the tail. I need the tail. What did I do to make the tail? Where is my pattern for the original guy? Where's my tail? Or did I just kind of wing it? Huh. Oh no. Did I actually not make a tail pattern? Oh, whoops. Hmm. I don't think I made a tail pattern. What did I do? Huh. Fascinating. I don't have it sitting around anywhere, do I? I cut it out of anything and then just kind of chuck it somewhere? No. Not in this pile. That's all my extra stabilizer bits I still need to cut up. That's a cat tail, not a owl tail. Hmm. You're not in there. You're not with the dragon. Fascinating. How would I have made the tail without a pattern and having it to be the same on both sides? How did I do that? I had to have traced something. There's some cat faces. That's not it. Huh. Fascinating. Well, okay. I guess I'm recreating the tail from just looking at it here. Because my other alternative would be to like physically take the tail off of the little guy. And I don't want to do that. Ah. Did I use anything specific for your tail? Yeah, I think I based it off of your cheek fluff. That looks to be the same shape and size there. But I don't know where the actual pattern went. So, okay, I'm going to import. Uh, oh, actually, we should go back to the other pattern. We're going back to here. No. Oh, okay. You good? I see things? Oh, technology. Okay. I'm bringing in just this pattern piece. Get rid of all these things. because I'm pretty sure this is what I use. This center part here is what I use to create my own tail. I use the Arcanine neck fluff to create my tail. So I'm going to recreate it, I guess. Go from here to here to here to here. And then I did my own little tuft here, I believe. And I did one back like this. Obviously not those sharp angles there. Let's turn that to red and drag them to match. But I think what I did was something like this. I think I did some shape like that. And that was what I did for the tail. This to be That's a nice arc there. Yeah, I think I did that. I'm going to duplicate that and flip it. Magnetize so that it will hopefully stick way in, so it will hopefully stick right there. I think that's what I did for my tail. Just right there. That's my center line. And then I came in quite a bit to get the curve of the butt. Let me delete that. This one I'm going to duplicate and flip horizontal and then connect right there. I think that's what I did for the tail. That looks right. Maybe I stuck this one out more at an angle instead of going straight back. Something more like this. Now this one kind of sticks out farther than that one. I want this one to be a little bit further out, I think. Like that. No, I like where it is there. Maybe I'll just move this one in. I'll make that better. Oop, zoom in on this one. On this one. This. That looks good. Okay. Now I need to get rid of this part because I've changed it. Reduplicate my bottom part, flip it, and move it back up. I've got 4 bits here, 2 halves of the curves and then the bottom of the top. So I'm going to connect them all together. Select the 2 nodes here, turn them into 1. Select the 2 nodes here, turn them into 1. Oops, adds. I can see it when I'm on my computer. Okay, so now if I select these guys, they should all be just 1 node, and it just shows down at the bottom how many nodes I'm looking at right at the same time. That is 1 node. Okay. So I got my tail. And get rid of that. And I'm going to eat some grapes till the ads come, or ads end. Add it in my offset. Oh, I don't actually need an offset for this tail. Deleted my offset. Because this I'm going to actually be sewing right on the lines. Mostly because I don't want to try and go around these curves otherwise. Anytime I've got tiny little V shapes, I like to draw the lines themselves and not just figure it out based on the seam allowance. So that's good there. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to draw the lines in here, like the embroidery design lines. So maybe I will create an offset. But I'm going to go inside. Oh, well, that's terrible. That is horrific. Hmm. Oh, that's not bad. This is not where I'm actually going to put the line. This is just an indication of what I should be doing. Let's see. Instead of 6, can I do 12? That's not wonderful. Okay, we're going to delete that. Didn't work. What if I duplicate, then just shrink it a little bit? Okay, well, first I need to get rid of my magnetizing. Ooh. What if I do something like this for my white line design? It's not quite aligned. Like this is centered. These 2 points are centered. This one is off. This one is definitely off. So it's not fully centered. But that might be an interesting place to put the line anyways. And then I might do something like this where I just bring that a little bit closer. Maybe. What if I take these? Oh, no, that didn't work. We're going to put you back. What if I grab you now? Or let's see, let's just grab these 3. I like that. It is more centered. I'd even move this one back a little. Make him a little less centered. Yeah. I do something like that for my white line. I like that. Okay, but now I want delete all of those. I also want to delete that one and that one, so I only want half of it. Because I'm going to duplicate it, flip it, and turn my magnet back on so I can connect it. Now it's the same on both sides. I think I like that. That's going to work really well for the tail, I think. Yeah. Now the next question is, if I make the tail dark brown and I make this, whoops, oh, I didn't fuse you together. Okay, well, I'll do that right now. Drag you to fuse, drag you to fuse. There we go. So if I make you white, and we're going to go with make you a nice chunky line. Do I want to do something like that, where it's just dark on both sides, or do I want to do something where it's like, whoops, not that, like that, where it's got two different colors? I kind of like that. That's going to be so much extra work though, because then I need to put down a different piece of fabric on top of the dark color. Ooh, I do like that though. And if I do it for the tail, do I want the tail to be those lines on both sides, or do I want it to be like an actual wing? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Owl wings. Google image search. Hmm. They would probably want to have the darker outsides and the lighter on underside. But how do I define the underside of the tail? And would that be the same for the little uh, tufts on its head? Okay, I'm coming back to my Inkscape. Okay, back. Okay, so I would actually maybe want the dark brown here. Ooh, I like that color. And then a lighter brown like that. Ah. And then for the underside, like a really light. Hmm. Or would I want it just to be the same brown on both sides? Okay, I'm going to leave the tail alone for now because I also want to do the rough bits, which where did I put them? Oh, I'm working on two different things right now. Okay. Because I changed. Okay, so this is the small tail. So I do want to duplicate it, bring it up here, and just percentage increase 150. I'm going to just change that and make it blue. Cool. Okay. I have the tail here. I don't really want this paper. Okay, we're going to get both of you off of that page. We're going to get rid of this page, delete you, add a new one. Okay, now we've got the right size page. So I add you right there. I want no fill and I want red outlines because you are the small tail. We're going to turn off the magnets and put you right you. I want to take you out and want to go to the oh we're going to the second green. Here we go. Okay, so that's Mateo, but it needs to actually be not 100%. We want 175% here for the big body. This is my 175. I should save this as well. We're going to save you as this is going 175% pattern I'm working on. Okay, so that's kind of what I want the tail to look like for the embroidery. I guess I should come back to work on this guy. We're going to work on this one first. Because I want to do everything on the small pieces and then size everything up. Ah, my microphone died. And Mr. Moustache did not say anything. He just sat there sewing. Rude. Okay, so I like the two-toned bits for this pattern, which is going to be a lot more work because now I've got to put down fabric as well as embroidery. But I think having the two tones with the white line between them might look really cool. Maybe. This is the leg fluff. Do I want to do that two-toned? Well, more or less like. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the leg fluff two-toned. Only the front though, the back will be solid. The ear fluffs though, I think I'm going to do both back and front. Let me now. Zoom in on that. Put that right there. Uh, Stop. Let me put a dot in there. Okay. So if this is also three, whoops, but in white, and then fill it in with black, fill in something like that. I will do this front and back so that you get this same look on both the front and the back of the ears. I think that would be nice. The leg fluffs, the cheeks, or the neck ruff and the tail will just be single-sided embroidery though. Yeah. Okay. So time to take all of these and we're going to go back to the other Inkscape file. Oops. We're going to go to, I'm going to drop these guys in. These are the small ones. We need to be percentage 100 and oh, wait. The face and the ruff 150. The tail and the hand, the arm tufts 175. And that should be the same size as the tail I had. Yes. Okay, good. Now these rotate that way. This one rotate that way. This that way. So they all need to be pointing down in the direction the fluff is go. Okay, I'm going to be making one tail because it's going to be just the top side of the tail. I'm going to make one ruff because it's just the ruff there. For the legs, I need 2 of them, so we're gonna duplicate it, and then we're going do that right? This leg, that leg. Yes, I did that right. Put them back how they were. For the ears, though, I want 4 of them in total. That way. Whoops, oh, put you back. God, I didn't group you guys. Bits. Oh, you were already grouped. Okay. Because then when I rotate them, front and back will go together. Front and back will go. Yeah. Okay. Put you back how you were. Oof. So I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 things to embroider. This is going to be the tough one. I need a hoop that is the right size for that. Stop that. Oh, you guys. Oh, and the feet, but they're going to be on a different color. Put you guys over here. Oh my gosh. Well, now I'm going to change my paper settings because I can do a 360 by, wow, nope, 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 200 hoop. That way. So this is the embroidery hoop size that I have. I should be able to fit him on there. Yes. What else can I fit on there? I definitely won't be able to put the tail on there at the same time. But if I take all of these guys, how many of these can I put on there? Maybe just the 2. How about with the tail? Put you on here like that. Ooh. No. They're just slightly too large. Oh. Okay. So maybe it would be best to do these 6 like this. And then the tail and the ruff as separate pieces. Hmm. I might do this as all separate pieces, actually. Because if I put these in a hoop like this, that means the piece of fabric I need is that size. If I start fitting them in like this, then the piece of fabric I need is going to be that entire size, and I'm going to waste the bits that are between. None of these, yeah, these are too big to actually fit right in here. Oh, maybe not. Snap to page. Gosh. Zoom in. There we go. Snap to corners of the page. You turn the page and move you down. I do need a little gap. I'm going to be sewing around these. That might work though. That would be a piece of fabric that size. Okay, so I might do these two, or these three. I'll do that separate, and then these separate. Something like that. Yeah, I think that's going to be the best bet. Okay, so each of these, I'm going to change these strokes to hairline. Perfect. And duplicate all the way back. My offset. Okay, so that's my 1/4 inch. So nothing, I've got a 1/4 inch in between. So that's okay then. Oh, I can't just. Good. So that's as close as I can get them to be as small as possible. These guys, we're going to say back as well. Need an offset. And don't need it. Same thing. With both of those. It's okay if the 1/4 inch overlaps. Because I can just cut in at like 1/8 of an inch instead of 1/4 inch. But I don't want the 1/4 inch itself to hit any of the other color parts. So I want to make sure I have at least that 1/4 inch between them. Okay. So those are all my lines. I don't want any fills on any of. Oh, wait, I need to change my white lines to something not white. Oops, that was the wrong color. Just make them black. Black line. Black line. Okay, now I can select everything. Get rid of all the fills. Cool beans. Ooh, there's my shapes. Those are my shapes. Okay. this is going to end up being my embroidery background. I'm going to save this as it is. These guys here, export. Oh, I want to do the whole, I want to do just my selection. My background has to be white because my embroidery program does not like when it does not have a white background. I'm going to export this as uh, Owlbear Rough BG or EM. Out of the way. This one. What did they say? Owlbear Tail B or EMB. Background for embroidery. Owlbear tail. These ones. Sure, fine. Owlbear ears BG for EMB. Cool beans. I'm going to start up my embroidery program because I can do that on this computer. I can have multiple things open at the same time. It's lovely. And oh, it's updating. Well, okay. Well, as soon as it's done updating, I am going to start creating those embroidery bits. Slowly updating. Okay, come on. You good? You thinking? Okay. Here we go. We have Hatch. And that is the hoop that I had drawn on Inkscape. So I'm going to add some artwork from Fleshy Owlbear. I'm going to start with the tail because there's just the one thing on the tail. Zoom in on this bit. The first thing I'm going to do is, I think, stitch down the brown fabric. I don't want my embroidery machine to be like actually stitching it in place. Because I didn't quite get the same, like, in the hoop type thing. It wasn't working out for me. So rather than fight with that, I think I'm just going to, like, set my lines just slightly outside. I'm going to zoom in real far. I'm going to jump around. So my lines are going to be just slightly outside, and then I'm going to come back in with my sewing machine, actually stitch the top and bottom together just inside of this. But this will at least hold that brown fabric down and make sure that I have it in the right place. Oh, I should have done an open shape, not closed shape, because then I could have just done halfway and then connected them together. Oh well, I'm going to trace the whole. Not that much extra. Oh, I might add another node to that one. And I'm going to close it. That is too many stitches. I just want the outline. Okay, can I reshape? I'm going to move you a little bit over and down a bit. Close out, just smidge. Well, okay. I'm relatively happy with that shape. That looks good. So that first line is going to tack down the fabric. This time I'm going to do an open shape because I learned I'm going to make this line this is where that dark brown fabric is going to go. So this placement for it. Stitch this down. Point there. Okay, so that's my open line. Now I can duplicate it and flip it. Flip it that way and move it. No, that was wrong. It here. Putting it down. Yes. Okay. Wait, I don't want to weld them together quite yet. So I've got my first outline. I've got my outline for the dark black or the dark brown. And then the next part is going just doing that outline. Oh, I can weld them together. That would be okay, because the next part is I want the same line. This one's going to be the white satin stitch. This is what's going to connect the two pieces together. But I don't want to do this outline here. So I am going to edit knife, place off this inside, whoa, this inside curve. Get rid of that. So this part now can be my satin stitch. Want to be my satin stitch? Okay, you're gonna be it. Cool. Like that. But no, I just want it to be normal. Yeah, maybe 3.5. Yeah, I want it to be a nice thick line, like thick with two C's, thick line. And stitching. That to be a zigzag. Normal margin from the edge. Yes. Okay. So that will hold the fabric. So the first step is outline the light brown fabric for the outside of the tail. The second step is outline the place where the dark fabric goes. Then it's going to pick a different color for now. It's going to then go around that fabric, holding it down in place. This one needs to be a single run, but the length is going to be 0.75 millimeters, so very, very short. Or wait, one going to be 0.75, so it's not itty bitty tinies. Okay. That's going to hold that down. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to create a tiny zigzag. And I want this width to be 1. So these two are the same color. Ugh. So it's going to go around and it's going to hold down the dark brown fabric. And then I'm going to pause the machine and take it out and cut away all the bits, all of the outside bits. Then it's going to go and it's going to stitch down the white lines. But I want to actually reshape these because I want it to come outside of the embroidery bits. Nice. And then I'm going to put the back fabric on it. And I want it to stitch down the two pieces together outside the line still so that I can come in with my sewing machine and go inside the line. And I don't want it to sew from here to here. I want this inside part we got rid of. So I'll have that opening here so I can flip it. Yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do. That, I think, looks good. So, save as Owl Bear. Owl Bear tail embroidery. This is the large version. So the 175 adult bear. The mom owl bear. So that's going to be good there. Save that. New artwork. Do the ears next. Now this is technically just one ear, but I flipped it around. So I only have to do this once and then I just need to arrange all 4 of them. So this one I actually have to go around, digitize. I'm going to do the exact same thing that I did before with outline, trace, put down a piece of black fabric or the dark brown fabric, stitch it in place, put the white line. Exact same thing here where I'm going to go and trace just outside the outline. That's a tough one. Whew. Oops, that. And that is 2A stitches, just an outline. I need to reshape this one because that's a circle and I need it to be a square. Squares get the sharp points, circles just carry on the curve. That looks good. That's my outline. Next is going to be where I put down the dark fabric. That's still going to be a closed shape. I am going to follow these outlines to here, and then I'm striking out on my own to here. I think I'm going to actually bring it to here. Okay, got my outline there. I changed it a little bit, but that's okay. I like that angle a little better, I think. So that's going to be put the brown down. Next up, it's going to do the exact same line, except for 1 and 0.75. And it's going to be the exact same line again, but this time it's zigzag with a width of 1. And it's going to be again, and it's going to be a satin line with a width of 1. This is going to be a width of 3.5. And, let me go back to a single run because it's slightly easier to place you up. Edit with a knife, place you there, and place you here. I don't need that part. Where'd you go? That part there. That's going to be a satin stitch in 3.5. Nice chunky line. Here. Okay, so you keep the same angles. I'm just adding a little bit of extra to it so when I actually sew it, I'm going to catch all of it. And then I want to do the outline again to hold down the top fabric. Oh, you're going to be in white. But then I don't want this end to be, I do hit it with a knife again. That entire section there. Delete. Okay. So that is my one ear. Oop, Mr. Moose came home. Mr. Moose came home early. Hello. Whoa, don't trip on my cords there. Don't trip on my cord. Okay, so I have got this guy here. Let me make sure my colors are right. I've got my outline that's going to stitch down. This is put the brown down. This is going to be purple, I guess. This is also going to be purple. The white for the outline, and then let's do red, the final trace. Because I'm going to need to move these and make 4 of them. And then put them all back in order. So duplicate those. And then I'm going to move them down here. Whew. Bad at moving things. That looks good. Okay. Now I'm going to take all of these, both of these guys here, duplicate them, and flip them this way. Just that one piece? No. I want all of you guys. Group you just to make sure you stay together. There we go. And whoops, oops, oops. That's pretty good. Yeah. Okay. That looks good. But now they're all out of order. I don't want it to just do one ear and then the next and then the next and then the next. I want it to like stitch all 4 of them down and then outline all 4 of them. I put the pieces down, it stitches them all, and then like so everything is done bit by bit. So color wise, this one comes first. Oh, ungroup you so I can just pick up one of you. You? Yes, you're going to be number 2. 1, 2. Number 3. Go there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to outline all 4 of them at first, and then it's going to trace the bits of them. To you. There. Yes. Then you are going to be number 4. And for the outlines, you're going to outline that one, this one. Then you're going to outline this one. Very good. For these two, you are going to be the second red. You are going to be the second white. You're going to be the third red. You're going to be the third white. You're going to be the fourth red, and you're going to be the fourth white. There we go. Okay, I'm going to go through and make sure that they are actually in the right order. So top right, top left, bottom right. No, why are you in the... You should be the fourth one. This is right. This is not right. Okay. You go here. You're second. You're third. You're fourth. I want it to keep going in circles. So you connect and then you come right back up to here in the next color. You're good. You're good. Yes. Yes. Nope. Nope. Here. You go here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So if I hit, before I do that, let me hide the background. Okay. Up to you guys here. If I hit the player, we're gonna make you go speedy fast. You should jump around in a circle. On every single one, you should jump to the next quadrant. Jump up here. Jump here. Yes. Okay, you're doing the exact same line over top. Zigzags? Yes. Zigzags over here? Yes. Okay. Here. Zigzags. Yes, there's our zigzags. Here. Zigzags. There you are. Perfect. And then white. You back up here. Beautiful. Here. Red up top. Yes. Wow. Okay. Perfect. Okay, that's the order I want you all in. I'm going to save you as owl bear ears embroidery. Very cool. New with new artwork. I did the tail, I did the ears, I have to do the ruff and the arms. That will probably be the last thing I do today. I will not be getting to the strawberry cube or actually stitching out the owl bear. I will start that tomorrow though. Okay, so I'm going to start with the ruff, and this one is the same on both top and bottom. So if I do an open shape, I can just weld it back together with the other side. Might want to. Okay. There we go. There's my open line, and I am going to reshape a couple of these. They're just a little close to the. Don't need. Okay. That to be curved. Okay, that one needs to be closer to the line. Duplicate that one, move it, and flip it. I'm bad at aligning things. Okay, move you up, touch, grab you both, and weld you together into one shape. Cool. Fantastic. All one shape now. So that's the trace. Next thing I want it to do is tell me where to put the line here. And this one is also going to be a, oh, oh, because I put it at an angle, I didn't put it straight. Gross. Okay. Well, I think after I make it, the whole thing, right? Go like this. Warp it. I don't really want to do that. Oh, okay. So I guess I will trace the whole thing. Lame. Oh, no, you know what? Instead of that, let's get rid of this. I don't want this background art. We're going to go back to Inkscape and we're going to just fix it here. Bounding box there. Oh, not that one. Guide point. Oh, where is check mid? Smooth node. There we go. That's what I want. I want my smooth node. It's just very slightly off. Okay, so we're going to select this whole thing. Our rotation center on the smooth node. Rotate you. No, I want custom node. Go away. Both of you go away. You rotate. Wow, not like that. No. Bad. Rotate cusp node to guide. Yes. Okay, so now you should be straight. We'll move you back. Oh my god. Zoom in. Bounding corner. Oh my gosh. We're bounding corners to edge. I do want to actually. Okay. Now, can I shift you down? You should be even on both sides. If I flip you. Oh, well, that's not the same. That's good then. Not the same. Let's get all of you. Am I not getting very good? Put you on the guide. Thank you. Oh my god. That's still good. Okay, duplicate you, flip you. or put you on the guide as well. Yes, we're going to connect you both there. Now you should be the same on both sides. Good. Okay, we're going to save this as rough and arms background for embroidery. Place it. Okay. Ah. Now, if we go back to Hatch and I drop in artwork, should be symmetrical on both sides. Theoretically. Oops. Ah. Oh my god. There we go. I'm going to digitize an open shape. Not centered. Ugh, what? Okay. You're good right there, and we're going to just make do. Okay. Duplicate you, flip, negative. We're going to figure this out. You're fine. Why off? I go to select you. Why are you still off? Don't be off. Close enough. Okay. Let's see if we can weld these two together without any issue. No? Okay. No. Cool, cool. What overlap do I need to? Okay, I need to fix. Get rid of that, and then need to fix. Get rid of that. Okay, now you two are good. More to the other side. You have so much overlap. We're just gonna get rid of that then. This, that. Okay, so now you're connected. Now can I weld you together? Yes. Okay. Good enough. There's my outline. Next up is going to be the outline of this little shit. Open shape. Just going to start here. This one is on the line, more or less. I'm going to just come up with that angle. A little less angly. Duplicate you. We're going to mirror you, and then we're going to just move you down. So don't fine. We're gonna connect you. Good. Close enough. Perfect. Can I weld you together? Yes, I can. Are you one? Yes. This is going to be where I put down my brown fabric. And we're going to do the exact same line, except for this one. For short, super short stitches. We're going to do the exact same line, but this one a very, very narrow zigzag. That's not what I wanted. Very, very narrow zigzag. And we're going to do the exact same thing, except for this one's going to be a satin with 3.5 and up knife tool, take out this part. This part, yes, okay. Get rid of that part there, delete that. We're going to put that into our satin line. 3.5 and white. We're going to reshape it slightly in here. Other end. Here. Whoops, well, that wasn't right. You have 2 in there. That put you back of 1. Cool now? Okay. I had 2 nodes directly on top of each other, and I pulled the middle one out, so it was trying to do a very sharp U-turn right back to where it was. Okay, so there's my white. And then I want to do the outline again, which is this one. So duplicate it down there, turn it to red, except I want to leave a gap to flip it inside out, I guess. So I'm going to pick my red one and I'm going to knifey tool. I'm going to go from here. I'm going to take out that little gap bit there. Now it's only going to go most of the way around. Fantastic. Okay, now it's time for the leg fluff. I'm going to do the exact same thing. Same colors and everything. I need to digitize a closed shape. This one's going to be just outside these lines. And then that just needs to go straight up so I can close it. Perfect. We've got that shape. Now I need the shape for where to put the fabric. This would be in that brown. So I'm going to go from here. Okay. There we go. We've got my brown. That's where the placement goes. Then I'm going to make the exact same line. This time in purple. There. There. Make the exact same line, but this time in purple. You brown your purple. It's going to be a 1 length with 0.75 minimum. Good. And then we're going to do that and we're zigzag, but it's our very narrow zigzag. Yeah, close enough. You're fine. I'm going to make that one again. We're going to turn it into the single run. For now, it can be yellow just so I can carve it up. I need it to knife. Carve it there and carve it there. Rid of that piece. Then going to be the satin, which is 5, and it's white. I want to reshape this. I'm out like that. Oh, you already have. Pull you out like that. Very nice. Got my white satin line, and then I'm going to go around the outside again and do that. That's going to be the red outline, and I want to leave this part open because that's where I'm going to flip it to attach it to the owlbear arm. Delete that. There we go. All of this I need to duplicate and flip, and then we're going to zoom it down the bottom of the hoop. Right where that one goes. Pretty good. Okay, those all fit in the hoop. Yay, good. Let me hide the background. There we go. Yes, they fit in the hoop. We're good. Woo! I might actually even then. Oops, not you. Can I just select? Can I just select? Just want to move you guys a little bit further away. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Got all of those. Now I need to put them in color order again. I'm just going to group you together because you were not behaving very. Go there. Go there. Okay, so everything's grouped together. Now I can put you in order. I think I want to do this one, followed by the rough, followed by that one. Zoop, and then it'll come back up to, oh no, ooh, I should have it just zigzag back and forth. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Wow, not that. Okay, so go this one, this one, this one. And then I will put the alignment here. That's my brown, followed by that one, and we go back up to the top. And we start at the top again. And then we will do the rough and go down to the bottom. And then we'll start at the bottom for the white, then we'll do the rough, and then we'll do the top. And then we'll start at the top again, do the rough, and go back down. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to just zigzag up and down our hoops that way. Okay, let me save this one as Owlbear Ruff and Arms. Oops, I forgot to put in embroidery. Oops. Okay, I will change that file name after this. Next up, getting them ready for embroidering. Hide the background here. My color is off. I want to make that one red. I want them all to have like the same color progression so that they all work the same way. If I was on my old computer, I actually had colors that I created named like put fabric down color. I don't have that on this one. Apparently, it did not transfer over when I transferred my program. Despite the fact that it was supposed to, they're all linked to my account. It did not, so whatever. They all look the same. Good. We're going to apply our closest joins. Owlbear Ruff and Fur. We're going to apply closest there as well. And then we're going to come back to the beginning. All of these stitching, tie on and off, yes. Trim if it is in a way. Not that I really need it for that one, but I just have it there. Trim if it is 10 away. Or more than 10 away. Trim if it is more than 10 away. That just works better with my embroidery machine, where it can just jump from one section to the next if it needs to. Just give them that option. And save, save, save. Okay, that, I believe, oops. go my plushie, owl bear, blam, blam, blam. There we go. There are my 3 files that I've created for the owl bear. I'm going to convert them to blam, blam, blam. There they are. Cool. So those are my embroidery files. Here's the ruff and the arms and the tail. I think that's where I'm going to leave off for today. Let me go back to my table. Bloop. Okay, that's where I'm going to stop for today. I'm not going to embroider anything right now. Why did you sit up? You were supposed to be sitting like that. There you go. You're looking real cute. I've got the big guys pattern mostly made. I do want to make the body a little bit bigger, but that's okay. I've resized them so I can print out and them. I've got a whole bunch of flat uh, cubes. They are very, very flat. I will not be stuffing them until it is closer to the convention. They only take me like maybe 5 minutes to stuff and stuff. So that is like maybe an hour of work. I'll give myself an hour one day to actually get them all stuffed and sewn up. I've got this cube, which is already spoken for. This one is going to a small child who drew me fan art of the owl bear. The other blue ones I set over here. I have got 3 more of them to put together and 1 more to embroider, which I did not get to. I could have set up Thomas to do that today, and I just didn't. Oh no, because I need better thread. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to see when my local quilting store is open and then see if I can drop by there to find more bone colored thread. That's why I didn't do the last one, because I only have slightly yellow thread. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I have to find better thread for that. But that's where I'm going to end my stream today. Let me see who I can drop a raid onto. Let's see. Who's making what stuff? Hmm. Someone is making a pattern for 2 hours with no mic. That's interesting. Well, I think I'm gonna. I'm gonna just drop you guys on Altariana. I think I'm gonna do that. He's doing cool things with sprites right now and also has a really cute kitty. So, raid Ariana. And Okay, I'm gonna go drop you guys on him. He is a potato. And I will be back tomorrow working on Owlbear and potentially making a pink gelatinous cube after the Owlbear, although that embroidery will be taking a while. So that's going to be the main focus of tomorrow. And depending on when my local quilting store is open, I may drop by there either before or after. So I will either start late or leave early so that I can go and try and find some bone colored thread for the cubes. But I will try and get those cubes designed up tomorrow as well, and maybe we can make strawberry cubes as well. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Thank you so much for all the follows and for the subscriptions. This is my full-time job. I will be here Monday. No, I will be here Wednesday, Thursday, Friday when I feel like it. Sometimes Tuesday, usually not Monday. Very, very rarely on the weekends. So if you want to stop by and watch me make a mess and also occasionally a plushie, please do so. And I will see you guys then. Thanks. Bye.